Alright, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers, welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk, and that is Noxxi's noise. She's interrupting my intro. Thank you guys for joining me today. If you guys don't know what's going on, today there is an Elite Specialization live stream for the Antiquary, Ritualist, and Paragon Elite Specializations coming to Visions of Eternity. This stream happened live about 4 hours ago. I am watching it now a little bit after the fact, going to go over it, give my thoughts, any commentary I have. Really quick change here. Last time I posted one of these, there was numerous complaints that 50% speed increase was a little bit faster. A lot of people say, Muck, why do you speed it up at all? And the answer is that this show is almost 2 hours long. Combined with me talking over it, just turning up the speed just a little bit can shave off a half an hour of time or even an hour of time. So that's why I had it faster. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. I'll have it a little bit slower this time in response to the people that said that. Got that feedback. Additionally, some folks say, Muck, why don't you just have like a to-the-point video? There's a lot of information in these things. So what I will try to do, if you just want a TLDR, I will have a timestamp near the end of this video that I will try to summarize it. But honestly, if you really just care about one class, like if you're just like, I want to know about Ritualist, just go to the Ritualist timestamp and watch the Ritualist section. Hello! Yes, for the Emperor. So, that is what you should know. And we are about to get started. Hello, Fandrel. Thank you for the raid.
Rated my stream with 39 viewers.
Yes. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. So, we are just getting started right now. So as, most people that have been watching the news updates so far, the Warrior is getting Paragon, the Necro is getting Ritualist, and the Thief is getting a joke. We are going to see if they have changed anything. And let's just dive into it. And this VOD is on their YouTube and on their Twitch channel both. However, I'm watching it on the Twitch side, so I can occasionally close out and see what the live response is to this information.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 1080p live stream. We've totally done a sound check. Taylor.
Ah, yeah. Okay, so all right there, he's already addressed two problems from last time. Last time they streamed it in 720p. They didn't do a sound check, or they said they did, but they didn't check it. He was at 0.1 volume. He was at 10,000% volume using his webcam as a microphone instead of his microphone. Now, I don't want to sound like, oh, I make no mistakes. I've totally done that too. However, I have a freaking checklist now of things I do at the beginning of each stream, and they need one. Hopefully they have one now.
Can you demonstrate your microphone, please?
Hello, I'm here today to speak at a normal volume that will not deafen anyone.
I hope that after the last stream, they went back and they're like, man, what was everyone complaining about? And they listened to the VOD for like just like a minute, and they were just like, oh my god. And then they understood.
So obviously, we're hoping to have a fewer technical difficulties today as we come back with the second of 3 Elite Spec preview streams we have today, the Antiquary, the Paragon, and the Ritualist. Pretty excited, right, Taylor?
Yep. Excited to, show off some specs that, people have been waiting for a while, and, a new one that, it's a surprise to many people. The Antiquary is pretty interesting spec we're excited to show people with some elements that haven't really put into any Elite Specialization before.
Ruby's not usually in these. That's a weird question. Where's Roy is an adequate question.
What we've created.
Yep, and as always, keep in mind we're, building up toward the beta. There's going to be a lot of things that aren't quite finished yet. We're still doing some final polish, doing some final balance tuning, even tweaking a few traits here and there. So, on this stream, you'll see some temporary text, a lot of things that might not look as optimal as they will once we get down the road to launch, but the idea is that we're getting these to a point where they are very much playable and in a place where we feel pretty good about a lot of the mechanics. I'm not saying that everything's going to be perfect, but we're going to try out some crazy stuff. Some of it's not going to work. We're going to go back after the beta between then and launch and make some additional updates as needed. So just keep that in mind as you're watching this today, as you're playing through the beta. We're definitely looking for that feedback from all of you to see like what is working, what isn't working, like what needs to be improved, and we'll definitely
That's something I'll encourage as well. The beta weekends have sometimes led to some major changes. That, like, for example, the first version of Revenant Spear that we ever got to play with as players was very, very bad. And, like, mechanically, it still works pretty much the same, but it was very, very weak. And a lot of people complain like, yo, this is very, very poor numbers, and they buffed the hell out of it. Now maybe, I don't know, maybe it went to too strong after that. But my point is that your feedback on these beta events can influence changes if they hear a lot of it on something. So, and B, you don't need to be like curt or, impolite or anything like that. But if you're just like, yo, I tested this out and I think this is a huge problem, putting that on the forums can lead to changes. So yeah, I encourage it.
See some changes between beta and launch. But anything else you want to mention, Taylor, before we hop right in?
No, I think covered it,
All right. I hope everyone is hydrating and ready. I will be talking more today, so ready to go. We'll be kicking things off with the Antiquary today. So,
right,
as mentioned, anyone who read the blog would kind of have a big understanding of the spec. So, as always, we're going to go over all the new profession stuff, all the new utility skills, all the new traits.
You can sit on his head.
Correct elite skill equipped here. But the first things first, the Antiquary is kind of this like a collector of various artifacts from across Tyria. So we're going to see all those different artifacts.
Wait, hold on. Did he say Antiquarian a minute ago?
I will be talking more today, so ready to go.
Hold on. I'm double checking.
We'll be kicking things off with the Antiquary today.
He did say Antiquary. Never mind. It's just me.
Like a collector of various artifacts from across Tyria. So we're going to see all those different artifacts as we use Grit Snatch. This is the new replacement for Steel. There's just going to be a range.
I'm sorry. Didn't they call it Pilfer in the previous blog post they did? Didn't they say it was called Pilfer? Did they change it already?
Kind of similar to that.
It doesn't really matter. I'm just pointing it out.
In that sense, where it's not going to be a forced teleport in, but you're going to have a ranged button that gives you your stolen bundles that will, in this case, be drawn from a random collection of these artifacts. And the idea is that every time that you Grit Snatch, the baseline is you're just going to have 2 of these. You see, this might be teasing towards something where the F4 button appears. We'll get to that once we get into the traits. But we're going to get access to a couple of different artifacts. There's a pool of 8 different artifacts that we can draw from. 4 of them are more offensively focused, 4 of them are more defensively focused. And the idea is that every time that you Grit Snatch, you will get a couple of these, or maybe even a few of these, depending on your trait selections. And that is going to kind of play into your decision making as you adapt to the situation at hand as you draw these. And obviously, there is an element of randomness to this. Once we get into the traits, we're gonna see the adept tier is entirely dedicated to ways to mitigate that randomness, because we know as designers as we're putting this together that there's always a fine line to walk when we're making some.
Sorry, this tooltip right here, that's a foot. I was just thinking how funny would it have been if for the Bard song that was about Queen Jenna, if that was the icon. Just a thought.
That has a little bit more inherent randomness than other things that just don't have any. And we want to make sure that there's opportunities for this randomness to exist and kind of that fun moment-to-moment decision-making to happen without having like too many low-roll situations that feel really bad, or like really high-roll situations that blow out, so that when you're trying to do your DPS benchmark and you get your 1% high roll, that is your like 80k DPS or something. That's not really what we're going for. There will be some things that are slightly more powerful than others, because that is going to just play into there's going to be some skills that are just raw damage and some that have a little bit more utility baked in. But we'll see, like, as we get into the traits, there's some mitigation there, and then we're also going to be keeping a very close eye on this as we get into the beta and all the feedback around this, seeing like how much of the randomness works, how much maybe we need to have a little bit more mitigation in their baseline. We'll see how it goes, but the idea is that we have kind of a wider collection of really powerful stolen bundles, and every time that you steal, you're going to get a couple of these or a few of these. So we're going to run through all of these. I'm going to use some developer cheats so that the stream doesn't take a while to go through all of them, because you never know what you're going to grab, but I'm just going to give myself some. I guess it's worth mentioning, every time that you steal, you can use one of these 2 bundles by default. Obviously, if you have improvisation, that's going to let you use another one, and there might even be a trait that allows you to use a 3rd stolen skill every time that you pilfer or Grit Snatch. So we're going to kick things off with all of the offensive bundles. Starting off with the Metal Legion guitar. This one's a bit more of a kind of like a high.
Rock out with your guitar, damaging and applying conditions to opponents around you. Then slam the ground with the guitar, damaging and stunning opponents in the area. So the condition appears to be confusion, and there's a 2-second stun on the end, 3 pulses. Okay, so confusion, hit, and then stun.
Pretty damage, and a little bit of CC in there as well. So we're going to walk over here to some of our enemy golems. Play the guitar, that's going to do some pulsing damage, apply some confusion, and then we're going to slam the guitar down, do a little bit of extra damage, and a nice little stun there. So you know, we're going to see like some condition damage elements on some of these skills as well. So there's going to be a mix of, you know, power damage and condition damage, and you obviously see some CC here as well. So this skill will probably do a little bit less damage than some of the pure DPS skills that we see a little bit later. We can play this a few times. I'm cheating, so you know I can just use this skill as many times as I want, and there's nothing that these golems can do about it. But
all right, so just a personal thought on this. Like, I'm gonna learn so much over the next hour watching this video, right? With the Antiquary, the way that they've made it, right? They can dig up anything. I've already seen Exalted Hammer. We know that there's a chalk shield or something. Like, they can just make up, like, you know, oh, let's give them an Iron Legion bazooka. You know, they can just dig up whatever, just anything from the lore in the world, just pluck it out and just give it to Antiquary, and they can just do that. And it's like, okay, yeah, they've come up with an acceptable lore excuse for that. I don't think they should have given him a guitar. They just made Bard. Like, or Troubadour. Sorry, they just made Troubadour. I don't think Thief should also get a guitar in the same patch that the Troubadour is being born. Feels kind of odd. Just personal preference.
Or as we kind of showed off earlier, you will only get to use these a single time.
You can move with the guitar, you know, just in case it's not.
Oh yeah.
I was curious about that.
So you're not rooted that entire time. Can
I'm gonna
follow people.
Run down the stage and slam my guitar or something like that.
You steal the guitar from a Troubadour? No, you don't, because the Troubadour's ones are just made out of their imagination. They're just poof into thin air. They don't even have to grow guitars.
Still a little bit more offensively focused. We'll see a couple of mobile.
Okay, hold on. Forged Surfer Dash. What?
35 months. Thanks for the games and entertainment.
Thank you as well, Seth. Appreciate it. Forged Surfer Dash. Oh god, the surfers from Path of Fire. Dash to the targeted location, dropping bombs along your path that detonate after a short period of time, deal damage and burn enemies. More bombs are dropped the farther you travel. Oh, this should be good.
Mobility skills on the defensive end as well, but this one is just going to be a mobility skill that drops some exploding bombs on the ground. So we can see this here, dashing through all these golems, dropping a bunch of AoEs on the ground. That's going to do some pretty relevant damage and burning. So a nice little mobility skill. You can obviously use this to run away as well, and enemies chasing you might run over all your bombs or force dodges or whatever have you, but a nice little combo of mobility and damage on this one. Get a close-up on this dash. It's pretty cool. Riding the Forged Surfer stuff. Surfing across the stage, if you will.
Thank you, Rajani.
Next up, we're going to take a look at the Cryptus turret. So this one is just going to be ground-targeted. Place this on the ground somewhere. Here's the little script assistant is hanging off of that. I don't know if that happens all the time. I've seen it sometimes where it doesn't, so that's a nice little...
Okay, aren't Cryptus living creatures? Is a Cryptus turret mechanical? Like, I always just thought those things were alive also. I'm just imagining he just, like, dug up someone. He's like, you work for me now.
Bonus that you might notice sometimes.
A lot of the effects have little script in them for you to see.
Sometimes your little
it's devil magic.
Here, but this is pretty
I don't know.
Some of the turret is going to be like the main bread and butter damage.
It's just kidnapping.
Damage, but it's going to shoot at the nearest enemy and do some pretty nice damage. Obviously, you can deploy it at range. Not your friends. It won't attack them, but you can try your best, I guess. Next up, we have the Mistburn Mortar. It's another one of the pretty aggressive damage skills. This one just going to fire off and create an area that is pulsing some burning.
Oh god, the Greer.
Actually have trade on right now.
Okay, why does that item exist? So, okay, it fires a Greer projectile, but why does a mortar exist that is loaded with Greer projectiles? Forget the fact that you're digging it up out of the ground and you just find it, but why does it exist? Who made this? Interior. Who made this thing? Why not? Because I care a little bit, all right? Like, this class is just so, like, it just really feels like they are 10 shots deep and they just stopped caring about lore.
It's going to be a nice little ranged pulsing field.
Bothers me.
Does some burning, does some damage. Nice little well of whatever you want to call it. But it's again, going to be one of the more powerful offensive skills because it is just a raw damaging ability. Next, we'll start to take a look at some of the defensive artifacts. Starting with the Exalted Hammer. So this one's going to be an evade. Also, 600 range leap, so we can leap over here. The idea is that it is going to do some damage. This is something that even the defensive artifacts are going to have a little bit of damage attached to them because, again, we want to...
All right, I'm already a little sad because the Exalted are huge. So I was imagining an Exalted Hammer was going to be way too big for the guy, and it would be like, you know how the characters in Monster Hunter, their weapons look really oversized? I was expecting him to pull out some ridiculously oversized hammer. And then he didn't, and I was sad.
Kind of mitigate some of the low rolly aspects where if you are in a situation where you want to use a defensive artifact, you can still use it and get some amount of damage. It's obviously not going to be as much damage as any of the offensive artifacts, but you will still get that defensive capability, get that evade, get some healing, and still do a little bit of damage if you're landing on an enemy. But, you know, nice little defensive skill with a nice little heal attached to that. And slam it around.
How big is the heal? Can we see the... Hold on.
But, you know, nice little...
I'm going back to the tooltip. There we go. So, let's see. Leap to the targeted area, slam down with an enchanted Exalted Hammer, damaging enemies and healing allies in the area. 802... damage, 4,500 healing. Is it a reticle, or is it just like you go forward?
Artifacts, but you will still get that defensive capability, get that evade, get some healing, and still do a little bit of damage if you're landing on an enemy. But, you know, nice little defensive skill with a nice little...
Okay, I think it's going to his mouse. Okay.
And slam it around the Exalted
So it should be pretty easy to use it. I'm also curious, hang on a sec. Because I know there's a lot of placeholders right here. Yeah, that's not even the graphic for an Exalted Hammer. But it might be a placeholder. It might be a placeholder. Hold on. Let me see. Maybe, well, you know what? Maybe I'm thinking of Auric Hammer. Okay, I guess when I thought Exalted Hammer, I was imagining these suckers. And maybe that's not the same thing. Okay, that might be on me.
Next up, we're going to see the Chalk Shield. So this one is more of a projectile destruction.
This one we saw in the video
skills.
before.
Drop down, we see our little Scrit assistant helping us out here, creating the barrier that's going to destroy projectiles. This is also going to pull...
So notice when he moves, the bubble doesn't move with him. It operates in the same way that like the shield works for the baby siege turtle for Ranger. When you drop the shield, it stays in that location even if you move away.
Some damage to enemies in the area. It's also a light field if you find some use for that, you know, combo through it. If you really want to, but the big thing here is that this is going to be that powerful projectile destruction defensive skill. Close up on our little friend here. A couple more artifacts to look at before we move on, but next up we have the Zephyrite Sun Crystal. This one's going to be a stun break, also another one of those ground targeted dashes, and it does have a little bit of a burning attached to it at the end here. But, you know, you can always use it to get away. Or dash in.
So movement skill with a bunch of condies on the end of it.
Evade if you're going kind of max distance, and then we're also going to have that nice little burning explosion at the end. So again, stun break as well, and then long distance dash with evasion. Pretty powerful defensive skill. And last but not least, we have the Hollow Dancer Decoy. This one's going to be more of a crowd control-y type of effect. It does do some damage in crowd control, but it is kind of tied in with the defensive artifacts we see here. We summon the Scrit Hollow Dancer. The enemies are all distracted and taunted.
So they get all provoked.
Then it explodes,
and then
doing
boom.
some damage.
So CC and then power damage.
Pretty long taunt. 3 seconds baseline here. And I can obviously set up
3-second baseline.
Like the improv build, or
I hope it's smaller than that in PvP. That's an eternity in PvP.
Very shortly. Anything you wanted to add on the...
Imagine dying because you were staring at the rat dancing.
I just want to know, would the Scrit Hollow Dancer work on you, Cal?
I'm not sure it would, but you know it probably would because it'll just taunt me, and everyone knows that taunt is my favorite condition in Guild Wars 2.
Right, of course.
Kind of unavoidable, you know. There's something alluring about it, right?
Alluring?
Anyway, let's go ahead and move on to double-edged skills, and then we'll get into
Cal plays Skaven in Warhammer, confirmed.
So, we talked about this mechanic a little bit.
Anti-Venom Draught. Double Edge, drink an Anti-Venom potion to heal yourself and remove condies. You may activate the skill while it is recharging with a chance for the skill to backfire. The chance of the skill backfiring lowers as the skill recharges, and the skill cannot backfire when the skill is completely recharged. Okay. So, backfire, drop the potion on yourself, healing for more. Why is the backfire better? The cooldown of this skill is increased, and you cannot reactivate this skill until it is fully recharged again. Okay. So it heals for 1,300, removes 1 Condi. If you backfire it, it heals for 6,500 and cures for 3 conditions. So, like 5 times the healing, 3 times the condition cleanse, and it goes from a 10-second cooldown to a 20. Does self-damage? No, it doesn't. It does triple the self-healing. Or like 5 times the self-healing. It says you drop the potion on your self-healing for more. So it's like instead of sipping from the bottle, you accidentally drop it and the bottle breaks on you and you're covered with the healing potion. It's that kind of thing.
In the blog as well, where the double-edged skills are essentially... The best way to describe them is kind of like a flip skill, where there is 2 parts. There's the baseline that you'll always
Surprise
use
the tooltip
initially,
is bad?
and then there is the
No, I think I can... Unless I'm missing something, I see all the information I need here.
secondary component, which is called the backfire. And the way that this mechanic works is, after I use the skill, it's going to do what it does. And then as it's recharging, you have the opportunity to use the skill again. And the idea is that, in this right there, I didn't get the backfire, so I was able to use the base skill again with essentially no downside, or on a shorter recharge than is typically intended. And that's going to be based off how much of the skill recharge is left. So if there's 50% of this recharge remaining, then I have a 50% chance to
also see
backfire.
barrier on him.
And in this case, I did get the backfire, and then it goes on full recharge. You can't continue to activate it as soon as the skill has backfired. So a lot of these are more of a risk-reward that we'll see on some of the utilities.
Yeah.
But
I was thinking
for the heal, we kept it pretty straightforward. It is more of just an all upside, where, excuse me, you can just use this button. You'll probably just press this button back to back because you want to get that big heal, get that big cleanse. But there's going to be a lot more decision-making as we get into some of the rest of these skills here. This is just a good example of like how the mechanic works, and there's really no downside to backfiring, but we are able to have that, I guess, extra decision point, because there will be times where you just want like this sustained heal, and maybe you press it with like 3 seconds left because you think, okay, well now I get a pretty low chance of getting that failure state. I can just use my heal a little bit more often than I typically can. And then sometimes you are going to want that double tap, more likely to backfire. I didn't even backfire there with a 70% chance. Quite lucky. Wow, I'm just on a roll today with my So, we will see some of that as we get into the utility skills as well. There's going to be a lot more powerful downsides, I guess you would say, or a large opportunity cost of some of these backfire skills. But the idea is that, the baseline is there is just this skill that you press, and it gives you a baseline effect, and then you can just ignore the mechanic if you want to and never risk backfiring. But there is always going to be like, you can save a couple seconds off your cooldown and have a pretty low % chance for something to go wrong.
One thing I think would be nice is if the skill backfires and you can't use it again, make the number for like the recharge, make it red or something. Because if you're like looking here at the battle and you use your heal or something and you use it again, you might not catch if it backfired or not. And then you're looking down at the toolbar, you can't see if it, like, if you missed the moment and then you look down at the hotbar, you can't see if it had backfired already or not. I would like to see that.
Maybe you want to roll the dice. So again, anti-venom drop, pretty straightforward. Small heal and Condi removal on a low cooldown, or you can go for that backfire, get a big heal, big Condi removal, and it'll go on a longer cooldown when that happens. Next up, we'll take a look at the Stone Summit Cannon. So this is going to
summon a Scrit to fire a dwarven cannon at the targeted area, damaging and inflicting conditions on foes. Did Guild Wars 2 dwarves have cannons? I played Guild Wars 1, but it's been so long. I don't remember if they did. They did? They did. Okay, chat says they did. All right. Summon a Scrit to fire a dwarven cannon at the targeted area, damaging and inflicting conditions on foes. You may activate the skill while it's recharging with a chance to... Okay, usual backfire blurb. Damage 3 times and then burning. Okay, so pretty high power and burning numbers. 900 range, 180 radius. After a short period of time, the cannon... Okay, so the backfire is the cannon misfires, damaging and inflicting conditions on you and nearby enemies within range of the summoned Scrit. So it's after 2 seconds. So if you notice it's backfiring, you could try to, like, roll away or something.
To conjure another Scrit helper to kind of fire this cannon. We're going to see it does a pretty big... AoE burning, AoE damage. Oh, and I got the backfire there right away.
Okay.
I'm just going to show the skill off a few times.
The rats of
the backfire.
That's funny.
We do see just a pretty strong DPS skill here. Big damage, big burning, long range. Well, 900 range, more of that mid-rangey type range. But then we did see the backfire there. Let's just show it up.
Yeah.
Real time. The idea is that the cannon itself kind of does a backfire, so this crit's like,
Whee!
what's going on, and it explodes, and it does a bunch of damage. Notably, this will deal damage to yourself as well, but it is pretty easy to walk out of, as we saw, so we're just going to fire that off. I'm going to walk out of it. These golems are going to stand there, and they're going to get hit by an even stronger burst of burning and a bit of damage as well. So, this sets up really well with...
Dude, the
CC
Antiquaries
skills for,
are going to,
other
like,
players CCing
cull
for
the
you,
Scrit
or bosses that
population.
typically don't move very much. Pretty low risk because it is, once again, there got a pretty rapid succession of multiple uses of the base skill into that backfire. It's very easy for you to walk out of it, so this one, again, is pretty low risk.
Dude, the
and
Snowcrow's
if you're
build for
looking
this is going to be
burst
hit the
of
button
damage, it might be
every
something
time
you
you
wanna press
can,
back-to-back.
no matter how much
I can
backfires
do
you
a
get.
close-up on the Scrit during the backfire.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
make sure that
Yeah,
everyone
yeah.
sees what's going on there.
Getting incredibly lucky again.
He got blinded, so they didn't see it.
Showing up one more time.
No.
What's going on? There's something wrong with this. And then...
If you were playing this spec with the goal to do the most damage, what would your number be, Cal? What percent chance would you be risking to do the backfire? Because I think, normally taking like a 10% chance with like a second left on the cooldown seems pretty good. Get a lot of value sustained, but...
Well, I mean, this skill doesn't go on a longer cooldown, so I'm just double tapping this all the time.
Right.
Because, I can press W and I can walk out of this. That's no problem.
Oh,
Or maybe
it
the boss is gonna
doesn't
CC,
increase the...
it's all gonna go,
Why?
Go wrong.
Huh. So, okay, so they all
Next
don't
up,
behave the
we'll
way
take
the
a
heal...
look
Hold on.
at the...
Okay, so the healing skill gets 10 seconds added onto the cooldown if it backfires. But that's not across the board. That's not for all backfires, apparently. Okay, Inquest Portal device. Shadow Step to the targeted enemy, damaging and inflicting conditions on enemies at the target's location. I think this was the ring we saw on the ground at the end of the blog post. You may activate the skill watch reach, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so 400 damage, some vuln, number of targets 5. The backfire is after Shadow Stepping, you're knocked down. You can reactivate the skill again to be fully charged again. You are not... Wait, what? So 300 CC on you? Self-knockdown 3 seconds.
Inquest Portal device. So this one's going to be a bit more mobility as well. We're going to see it does Shadow Step, does a little bit of damage, a little bit of vulnerability, kind of like that setup, dash in, kind of that infiltration type skill. And then the backfire, this is a pretty powerful skill that if you could use it back to back, so there's a pretty big downside here as well. If you do backfire on this Shadow Step, I didn't because I waited a long time, playing it safe. But here we go again. That's going to knock you down. So this is more of a...
You just walk in, bonjour.
If you are,
They're like,
porting away
yo,
from somebody
what?
and then you need to port away again.
What are you doing?
You're obviously going to get knocked down, maybe combo with a stun break, or you have stability. There's definitely options with this skill, but a lot of the time you will probably just use the front half of the skill, and then the backside will be purely for emergencies. Or, maybe you can get really lucky and Shadow Step multiple times in quick succession.
You gotta be ready for the backfire because life comes at you fast. Porting in but getting knocked down, that seems maybe not the best thing to happen to you. So
it's definitely a high risk, but again, a very powerful effect being able to Shadow Step multiple times off one skill.
Yeah.
So we'll see that again as we get into
Shadow Step, Shadow Step, stun self, stun break, Shadow Step.
And notably, the backfire side of this is also a stun break. So the base of this skill is...
Okay, Emergency Jade Shield. Break stuns and summon a Jade Shield that applies barrier to yourself. You may activate the skill while it's reaching, blah, 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 blah. So 2400 barrier and a stun break. 15-second cooldown stun break. That's amazing. Now, I'm sure it's going to be a bit longer in PvP, but just baseline a 15-second cooldown stun break? That's a really low cooldown. The backfire is the shield explodes after a short period of time, dealing damage to yourself equal to a percentage of your base health. But it doesn't say the percent. It just says base health damage is 9,300 damage. So, looks like 50% of his current hit points. Damage 800, barrier 2400, number of targets 5, radius 180. But it hits enemies too. Does it hit the enemies? No, okay, I was like, does it hit enemies for 9,300? That could be funny. No, it hits the enemies for 800.
So we're just going to get a little bit of barrier. We're going to do a stun break, so a nice little defensive skill here. And the backfire is that you will have the shield kind of explode, so you will take a lot of damage. I can stop cheating all super heavily here, so you can just see a pretty notable amount of damage to yourself. You obviously get a little bit of barrier on top of that, and you have barrier from the front half, so there is some built-in defense, and this will do a bit of damage as well. We are hitting this.
So he got barrier, then lost all the barrier, then lost some health.
But this is again a very powerful defensive skill where you will have kind of almost an ammo stun break that recharges the entirety of it every time the recharge comes down. So there is a pretty significant trade-off here for the backfire with that damage to yourself. So something that you could potentially combo off the portal device as well. Maybe you port in, and then you realize you need to port again, and then you can even just use the front half of the Jade Shield to break out of that's done. And last up here, we have the Canuck coin toss. So the fun little coin flip animation here.
What? Okay, hold on. Flip a number of enchanted Canuck coins. Gain effects based on whether they land on heads or tails. You may add... Oh, dude, I described something similar to this, but with dice, when I was guessing how this class was going to turn out. I was like, that you could have when we all saw the cards, I was like, oh, it's going to be like a gambler. And then one of the ideas I mentioned was like, what if you drew cards in the air above you, like, Twisted Fate in League of Legends, or you had a dice roll above you, something like that, and then just each thing did something different. Okay, so coins tossed 3. Heads gain initiative and convert conditions on yourself to boons. Tails gain initiative and remove conditions on yourself. Okay. So you always gain initiative, and if you roll poorly, you remove conditions. If you roll well, you convert the conditions into boons. Okay. The backfire is flip cursed coins. Gain initiative and remove... Wait. Heads gain initiative and remove boons from yourself. Tails convert boons on yourself into conditions. Dude, I think this is the worst one for backfire.
And the idea is that things are going to happen based off of whether you flip heads or tails, and there is obviously some baseline here. So we see the front half of the skill, this is going to be more of just a initiative and condition removal skill, and if you win that coin flip, each time you win that coin flip, you'll get a little bit of an extra initiative bump and a condition converted to a boon, as opposed to just a single initiative and a condition removal. But for all the statisticians in chat, you guys can do the expected value of a coin flip pretty easily, so you can see that maybe you end up with 1.5 initiative every time you flip a coin, so 4.5 initiative every time you use that skill, and you'll convert 1.5 conditions to boons every time you press the button. But this is just more of that. Again, condition removal, initiative lets you do a lot of things. If you flip 3 heads, maybe it should even give you an additional bonus initiative because you got that 1 in 8. But currently it doesn't. That's just a fun aside. But you will still get 6 initiative back, and converting 3 conditions to boons on a pretty low cooldown. So a nice little initiative skill here. Then obviously you can reactivate this again. If you do backfire, we see the red coins here to indicate that something terrible has happened. This is going to be another example of like more of a break in case of emergency, because there's going to be a pretty significant downside here, where when you reuse this skill, you will always be removing boons from yourself. And when you lose the coin flip, you will even convert those boons into conditions, but it will be more of that emergency, more initiative button. And this one, the risk reward probably quite isn't there yet. We want to maybe crank up the initiative on the backfire side so that you are, getting something for that, removing boons from yourself. Obviously, not something you want to do very often, but we do want to find the right balance for these backfires where they are actually decision points where you choose whether or not you actually want to use this secondary component of the skill.
Okay.
And last up, we have the Elite
Scrit Shuffle. Summon a Scrit assistant at your location that grants you artifacts every interval as long as you're within range. I'm imagining, like old cartoons, like Looney Tunes and stuff, and they're like digging through a little pile of stuff and they're just throwing it back over their shoulder. I'm just imagining that, and then he's just catching all the items and using them. The Scrit has a random chance of giving you an unstable Scrit bomb instead of a regular artifact. Attempting to use the unstable Scrit bomb will backfire. Okay. So, duration 15 seconds, interval is 3 seconds. Okay, so every 3 seconds, for 15 seconds, you get an artifact that you can just yeet. So it happens 5 times. 50-second cooldown, that's pretty short. The backfire, you do 10,000 damage to yourself. What? Okay, so you do 1,500 damage to enemies, and then 10,400 to yourself. And then some stun break. So it's 50-50, right? So you're gonna every 3 seconds you're gonna get 2 buttons, and if you click the right one, it's something positive. If you click the wrong one, boom.
Skill here, the Scrit Scuffle. I'm gonna take a quick water break as people read very quickly. But the idea here is that we're gonna create an area where the scripts they're just going wild, digging up everything, and we're gonna see here.
Some of them are just cheering.
Every 3 seconds, we're getting essentially a new set of artifacts. Sometime we're gonna get this unstable script bomb, and this one is kind of a this is something that you can use to set up yourself or your allies. You can stun break out of this kind of like that headbutt type of self CC and enemy CC. It's supposed to be more of like a downside as opposed to just getting like the artifacts that you want. So it's intended to be a little bit less common that you'll actually use that skill, but there are going to be situations where that is a pretty powerful CC effect.
I wonder if you have to remain in that circle to get artifacts.
New artifacts for the duration of this skill, and we can be firing them off, getting new artifacts. That's going to be pretty useful.
You
as we
do?
get into some of the traits that care about using artifacts. Don't want to dash out of the radius because that will prevent you from getting.
Oh,
the next
there
he goes. He just said it.
It's pretty powerful. So you essentially get to steal 5 times. Is the elite skill here? Yeah. So let's just get right into the traits because there's a lot of things that care about artifacts, and there's a lot of.
What's
things
the other
that,
utility? You only show 3 utilities.
Mitigation as well. I'm going to put on improvisation because that is my favorite way to play with the Antiquary at the moment. Because again, that does give you the extra artifact uses, and we'll see even more artifact uses as we get into some of these adept traits. But starting things off, here's the Trinket Collector.
What was the other one? Ah, shoot. Hold on, I spaced. What was the other one? There was the shield. Oh, the shield was the coin toss. Okay. Yeah. All right, never mind.
I use my heal skill, I get artifacts, and there's a lot CC effect. Pretty useful. Still use because again, that does give you the extra artifact uses, and we'll see even more artifact uses as we get into some of these adept traits. But starting things off, here's a Trinket Collector.
Alright, steal is replaced with Scrit Snatch, allowing you to pilfer from enemies. Successfully pilfering grants 2 random artifacts. Only 1 artifact may be used each time you pilfer, and pilfering overrides any artifacts you already have.
Here explains the specialization. You can kind of scroll through all the different artifacts here. We'll come back to all of those later for all the screenshotters.
Magpie's Defense, grant yourself barrier when you use a healing or elite skill. So you always get this, but it's got a 20-second cooldown.
Some people may have noticed the Magpie's Defense triggering as we were kind of showing stuff off. This is going to say when you use your healing skill or elite skill, you're going to get some personal barrier. These are separate cooldowns, so I use my heal skill, I get some barrier, and I'm going to then immediately use my elite skill.
It's kind of okay, like it's kind of clever them having Magpie incorporated into this because they're birds that collect stuff. They always have all kinds of weird stuff in their nests.
Get some additional barrier, so nice little self-survivability defensive trait there.
Keychains, wallets.
And then right away, the Enterprising Aristocrat.
Gain initiative whenever you use an artifact skill.
Every time you use an artifact skill, you're going to get some initiative back. So here, immediately we see like a big value with the elite skill. You're going to potentially get back 10 initiative every time you use your elite, and there's even more opportunity to get even more stolen skills. We'll get to that very quickly. Starting off with the RNG mitigation, some people probably noticed here, we got the reshuffle here when we selected the card swap adept trait.
Redraw any artifacts you currently have in your skill slots. 5-second cooldown to
every time you reshuffle your artifacts,
initiative.
which is now a skill that you have, you can spend 2 initiative every 5 seconds to redraw.
Condi cleanse when you do it.
That here, this won't redraw empty slots, so I have improvisation equipped, which means I can use both of these. So if
that's I find it odd that the class icon is the deck of cards, and so far the only time we've seen those cards is a trait that you might not even take.
I do use the first artifact here. My improvisation not work as intended. You break something, Taylor?
Wasn't me.
Nope. Okay, it worked this time. So we'll look into that one. But now see, when I reshuffle, I only get to redraw a single artifact because that is the only artifact that I had remaining. And this is also going to give you a little bit.
It's in a minor trait. What? No, it's what? No, it's right. It's right here. You have a choice of 3.
Condition removal. So just a powerful defensive trait as well. Every 5 seconds, you can spend 2 initiative and remove a condition from yourself.
The previous one. Yeah, they've got an icon of the cards here, but the cards have. I'm just saying the cards have nothing to do with stealing or pilfering random artifacts and stuff like that. Like the cards have nothing to do with that. Here they call it reshuffle, and you are redrawing new options. So this is the first time it kind of makes sense, and it's not like baked in.
Next up, we have the split deck. This guarantees that you'll get an offensive artifact and a defensive artifact every time you steal. This is something that we're really considering. This one should maybe even be baseline to the spec, but we want to see how it plays in the beta first, because this is going to be like a big reduction in those cases where you really need a defensive artifact and you just draw 2 offensive ones, and that feels pretty bad. And similarly, when you're just looking to maximize your damage and you draw 2 defensive artifacts, this is going to prevent you from doing that. Maybe that should just be how the mechanic works in the first place, but we're going to see like how it plays in the beta, because there is like a couple more. The bottom trait here is even more powerful, so maybe it needs to have that extra layer of randomness on top of the Prolific Plunderer. But again, you know, play with it during the beta. Let us know what you think. We're definitely thinking about
Prolific Plunderer, you gain an additional artifact slot. So then you get a choice out of 3 artifacts. Okay. So either the ability to reshuffle, which comes with a condition cleanse but costs 2 initiative, the ability to always have 1 offense, always have 1 defense, or have 3 options.
that type of thing already, where maybe you should always draw an offensive and defensive, and there could be some alternative RNG mitigation on this trait. Next up, we have Prolific Plunderer. This gives you an additional artifact slot, and you can then use an additional artifact every time you pilfer. So now I have Improvisation, and I have Prolific Plunderer, which means every time that I get 3 artifacts, I can use all 3 of them. Potentially very powerful, because again, we have Enterprising Aristocrat. Every time I'm using an artifact, I'm getting initiative back. This is definitely, you know, my favorite way to play, because you just get to use all the fun toys, and you get a bunch of initiative back, which means you get to use all your weapon skills a bunch. It's pretty fun. What do you think, Taylor?
Yeah, I think I also prefer just like max randomness here. You know, as many slots you don't really get, but you gotta operate on the fly. You know, just take a quick look what you stole and then use them in combat. Have to really be on your feet when you play this spec, especially with this trait. So I think it makes the spec a lot more interesting when you take it.
And of course, that does make it more likely that you always draw an offensive or defensive, but it will not guarantee that, as Split Deck does. Moving into the Master Tier, we're going to start with Scoundrel's Luck. So this is kind of this plays.
When you use Scrit Snatch, letting you gain Scoundrel's Luck when you use Scrit Snatch, letting you use double-edged skills on cooldown without triggering their backfire. Your next double-edged skill used on cooldown will always be successful, regardless of the remaining cooldown. If used on Scrit Scuffle, it instead reduces the chance of obtaining an unstable Scrit Bomb. So you could do Scrit Snatch and then like double teleport and not risk, you know, stunning yourself.
Into the backfire mechanic, the idea is that every time that you use Scrit Snatch, the next time you use a double-edged skill that is recharging, it will guarantee that you get the front half of that skill again. It will not trigger the backfire. So that is potentially very strong with, you know, one of the skills that we showed off with those more detrimental downsides with like the Emergency J Shield or the Inquest Portal device. That means I can, you know, use my Scrit Snatch. It's difficult. I just say steal all the time, and it's confusing. But then we can, you know, port in, and then we can immediately port again, and that's going to guarantee that we're not going to get knocked down there. Then we can even port again, and, you know, probably get knocked down. But it does give you essentially 1 free use
Port splat.
of a backfire to avoid a backfire every time that you steal, which is potentially very strong with, you know, especially these 2 skills, but all the skills except for probably the heal. You probably don't want to use your heal to use up your Scoundrel's Luck. Next up, Meticulous Custodian. This is just going to improve.
Your artifacts have improved effectiveness. Oh god, it's got 8 pages. Okay, so this adds something to all 8 artifacts.
All your artifacts. So again, this is a great trait with the improv build where you are getting 3 artifacts every time, able to use all 3 artifacts every time. We can kind of scroll through here. Metal Legion Guitar getting more damage, more confusion, additional stun duration.
How did the legal team allow him to use the word snatch? Oh, come on. They did haboob last time.
Forward Surfer Dash, we're going to see more damage, more burning. You know, Misper Mortar, same thing, more damage, more burning. Just improvements to all of the artifacts here. The Chalk Shield, a little bit more duration, a bit more damage as well. Exalted Hammer, going to do some more damage, do some more healing. It looks like the healing number is incorrect on this specific instance, but it will be larger than the one that we saw on the initial skill in-game. And the Cryptus Turret obviously doing more damage. Hollow Dancer doing a bit more damage. The radius here is going to be larger, so even more likely to trap enemies inside. And the Zephyrite Sun Crystal going to do a little bit more burning at the end of that dash. So, you know, the more that you're using artifacts, the more that you might find this trait valuable to make your artifacts better. Makes sense to me. And last up, we have Exhilarating.
Alright, gain increased damage for a short period of time after using an artifact. For 10 seconds after using an artifact, you get a 15% damage bonus. No internal cooldown, max duration 20 seconds. So you might be able to keep this up all the time if you do your rotation well.
Ephemera is just going to be more of that typical damage bonus trait. So every time you use an artifact, you're going to get some duration of this damage bonus. And we do see that you can kind of, you want to have either the Prolific Plunderer here or Improvisation so that you're able to use multiple artifacts to stack up that buff and kind of get the max duration of this increased damage window. Take a quick break for water and mouse over this fun Grandmaster trait.
Prodigious Pincher. You pilfer after using a certain amount of initiative. This trait will override any existing artifacts when triggered. So every 15 initiative, an automatic steal happens. Okay.
This says that every time you use a certain amount of initiative, you will Pilfer. So that's triggering the Scritch Snatch. It won't trigger steal traits, but it will give you a set of artifacts. So we can just show that off.
Won't trigger steal traits.
I'm going to use all my skills, and then I'm going to stop cheating so I actually go in combat, and then I'm going to press unload a bunch of times, because that's the best way to play.
That's the best way to play. Yes, PP unload.
Where you see some
Pistol unload.
At the same time, but this is stacking up, and once we get to the maximum stack count, that's going to give us a free Pilfer, refilling our artifacts, and we're again playing the build with improvisation and prolific plunderer, so we get to use all 3 of these, and that's going to give me 6 initiative back. So there's a pretty fast-paced gameplay here where you are going to be able to be using a bunch of artifacts, giving you initiative back, using a bunch of initiative, getting more artifacts, and that's going to be kind of like an endless cycle of pilfering. Pretty fun stuff. Next up, we have Possessive Hoarder.
Artifacts grant barrier and boons when used. Offensive and defensive artifacts grant different boons. Barrier and boons when used. Offensive gives resistance. Defensive gives stability.
This one is going to be a bit more of a personal survivability trait. So every time that you use an artifact, you will grant barrier to yourself, and you're also going to get a boon depending on if you used an offensive artifact or a defensive artifact. So you can get stability or you can get resistance. Again, you know, using improv and prolific plunderer, this is going to mean that I can get a pretty good number of boons, get some stability, get some more stability. I got 3 defensive artifacts, so I'm going to get a lot of stability.
Yeah, this one's pretty good with a split deck trait, so you can always guarantee you have a trigger to give you resistance or stability, whatever you need when you steal.
True. If you use that trait, then your F2 would always be resistance, and your F3 would always be stability, or it might be flip-flopped, but you know, you get the idea.
And then last up, we have Combat High. This is intended to be more like a bursty, you know.
Gain combat high when you use Scritch Snatch, increasing your outgoing strike and condition damage. Lose stacks of combat high every interval. Okay, so combat high is 20 seconds, and at max stacks, it's plus 30% damage and condition damage. Each stack is a 3% bonus. You lose a stack every 2 seconds. Gain combat high when you use Scritch Snatch. Every 2 seconds, you lose this. So, I guess after you use the ult, you would get, like, you know, this would go off, like, 5 times.
He's allowed to do burst damage, so here's the trait that's going to do a lot of burst damage. We're always going to get a bit more sustained damage from Prodigious Pincher, just getting that increased value over time. But Combat High is going to give you a big burst of damage that every time that you Scritch Snatch, this is going to give you 10 stacks of this buff, Combat High, that says increased damage. So we see the baseline as you start at. This is a very large number. It's going to be obviously...
Oh, wait, you get 10 stacks whenever you use the... So, okay, I thought you got 1 stack whenever you steal, and I was like, how do you get this built up? Okay, so you get 10 stacks, and then every 2 seconds the buff weakens until it's gone.
In competitive modes, but initially you will get that 30% damage buff, and then every couple of seconds that's going to start counting down toward 0, of course. But the idea is that you get that big burst, use a bunch of skills, immediately use all your artifacts, all your offensive artifacts, into that damage bonus, use some skills into the damage bonus, and then that's going to be true every time that you steal.
There should be more traits like this.
I
liked it. That's a good system.
Yeah, so that's all we have for the Antiquary. A lot of really fun stuff here, and a lot of really cool ideas. And you know, we talked a lot about the randomness.
When he finishes this section, I'll pause and talk about
on like how these things play, how much more mitigation do we need to make sure that the lows aren't too low, and making sure that, you know, we don't want the highs to be too high, because we don't want those situations where you do feel like not getting the highest high roll is actually a low roll. But we are trying to find the right balance of those things as we go into beta and of course beyond. So I'm just going to do some quick hovers for all the things, for all the screenshotters, while we wrap up. And Taylor, if you have any last things to talk about as I click through all of these artifacts.
Yeah, I saw, you know, some questions around the self-damaging parts of the backfires. Those only damage yourself. They do not hurt your allies. So, you know, if you do the mortar and get a backfire, that'll only hurt you.
Just a second
I know
here.
some people might be sad about that, but... and also some other questions. I think with regards to like roles of how this fits in places, and you know, boons and PvE especially, I think, you know, we have ideas correct around, you know, maybe this does need to be fit into an alacrity or quickness role. We're specifically interested in the beta to see kind of the core gameplay loops, specifically with like the RNG mechanics, how backfires play, as Cal mentioned, the adept traits. So that's kind of like the focus around our feedback, but we're also keeping an eye on like, is there a way that makes sense to add, you know, some alacrity sharing or quickness sharing, whatever have you, with this spec. To give it some extra niches. We think, you know, the gameplay with the Grandmaster traits should be pretty interesting for just Pincher, as Cal went over. There's going to be like a lot of more sustained artifacts to hopefully give you pretty good damage over time with it. Keep that the Master tier damage bonus up, but also talk about the combat high. It's kind of different from some other thief traits, and this is like specifically a really high burst trait. 30% is a really large number, as you guys are seeing, and the goal here is that we kind of augment how you play. It's a 15% damage modifier over time if you do like quick math, but you should pool your resources and then use them in that burst window, which isn't always something we see thief specs wanting to do. So hopefully it gives it a bit of a different gameplay, in PvE especially, through this trait.
All right, yeah, for sure. And that is all of the things. So I'm going to go back here as we get set up for the Paragon.
Okay, so quick pause here. I just want to share my thoughts on this. Overall, the randomness of it looks fun. It honestly does. It looks like it would be fun to play. Fun in the way that, like, being a Looney Tune would probably be fun. Just absolute silliness and chaos and stuff like that. All kinds of crazy stuff going on around you. At the same time, and this is my own personal thing, it looks really silly, which is not something I really want in my, fantasy RPG. I think that, like, if I had made this spec, I think they could have had to do the exact same stuff with a deck of cards. Like, he's got like a magically imbued tarot or a magically imbued deck of cards, right? And then when you draw the cards, you would do different effects. If you drew the ace and the king, the ace is like the cannon, the king would be like the guitar, which would just be like you emanate buffs around you, or you emanate the shockwaves around you and then explode, stuff like that. This, from like a lore perspective, it feels like they gave up. And I'm trying to say that in the nicest way possible. This looks like it will be fun and people will enjoy it, but as a lore enjoyer, this feels like they absolutely gave up. Like, the fact that I can be on any continent and just have a pet rat reach into the... Like, why does it even, like, go to... somehow it pilfers either a cannon or an exalted hammer from the enemy's pocket, like, right? So it's like there's 8 artifacts that come from all the different corners of the world, and there's always 2 of them in the enemy's pocket at any given time, or in the ground next to me at any given time. Like, if they had instead had, like, magic playing cards that had the same effects, or like a bag of loot, and it was like you reach into your bag of loot and pull out a clutch item or something like that, right? If they had just changed the theme, I feel like it could have been so much better. And again, operationally, I think it could have been the exact same. I think every single effect we have seen in here could have been the exact same. Like, the backfire could be like, you're overtaxing these magical artifacts and they backfire, You could have had the teleport, you could have had the cannon, you could have had the guitar, but instead of showing a guitar, it could be like cards are whipping around you and like the shockwaves are going out or something like that. I think they could have made the theme so much closer to Guild Wars than this. This honestly feels like I don't even want to say anything really mean here. It honestly feels like the person who made this does not care about the continuity of the game. They don't care about the lore of it. But they did make a fun spec. But it's kind of like, when you bring your kid to work day and then you let the kid make a feature for your product, and then it's just like bonkers. It's just like, okay, let's include that. We promised Timmy we would. So yeah, it looks like fun. It looks silly. It looks crazy. I look forward to trying it out. Doesn't look like it belongs in Tyria, and I think with a different coat of paint on it, it could have.
Yeah, and I think another good question is clarifying the backfire on the elite. The elite you can't activate twice. The backfire is specifically the script bomb part. I believe you have a 20% chance to get that script bomb, and when you have the Scoundrel's Luck Master Tier trait, that will cause it so that you have a 0% chance to get the script bomb. So you're only getting good stuff when you have those synergies going. Then next we'll head into the Paragon.
I think we are all set up here. All right, we have the Paragon. So I think Taylor's going to give me a break here, talk about this one, and I'll be back later to talk about the Ritualist.
Right. So the Paragon, obviously, well-known profession from Guild Wars 1. Long asked for it again, like a lot of the ones we've been showing off. We're going to get to Ritualist later. Part of the lore is like, in our game, Palawa Joko kind of like crushed the Sun Spears and Paragons, but spoiler alert, he's gone now. So Paragon as a profession has kind of come back up, kind of latched onto Warrior, and started, inspiring their allies again. Talking about the gameplay loop, where taking what was core to Paragon, it's a heavily supportive elite specialist.
Really quick, I wanted to share this. Someone shared this on my Discord, and I tweeted it out today. There's a guy someone spotted in game, and he's already dressed like a sun spear. Dwayne Paragon son. This guy is ready. All right, we'll continue.
And then kind of merging it to Warrior, mixing with its mechanics, how would a Warrior support its allies and command the battlefield as the Paragon once did. So we can look at the UI, and you notice you have your burst skill there, and you also have 3 new buttons, and then a little outline of something that we'll get to. To start, it uses level 1 burst skills like Spellbreaker, because those other 3 buttons, their chance, they'll also be consuming adrenaline, so we wanted to make sure that management was a bit easier. The spec can be pretty adrenaline hungry. And so level 1 burst skills just made sense. But then we can start talking about the chance. That's really where the profession mechanics start, happening, making sense. So we'll hover over Chant of Action. It's going to be your first one. This is going to be your more offensive chant. It has a couple components here, pretty big tooltip. The first thing that happens when you activate a chant is it's going to cost adrenaline, normal 10, like normal burst skill. And for this one, have an initial effect. This one is that it's granting boons to your allies. And then after you activate it, a kind of passive effect called a refrain will start activating around you every interval. And so there's refrains. You see there's like 3 levels of him.
Okay, so Burst Chant applies boons to allies in an area around you. And it says if there's 1 to 3 motivation, it's Might. If there's 4 to 6 motivation, it's Fury and Might. If there's 7 to 10 motivation, it's Fury and more Might. And in initial Might, initial Fury. Okay. I believe there's supposed to be a break right here on this tooltip. I don't think all of this is together. I think there's like a break here. Refrain. After activation, continually applies boons to allies while removing motivation every interval. This effect lasts until you run out of motivation stacks or another chant is activated. Gain increased effects depending on motivation stacks.
Based on motivation.
So I'm guessing motivation is this sucker right here.
Motivation is a resource that you're going to gain when you use a burst skill. So the general gameplay flow is that you're going to turn on a chant, get a bit of motivation.
I just want to say, props to the devs for this UI thing. This is very simple. It's unobtrusive. It's very easy, in my opinion, to glance down and get the information you need. That's good. That's solid. It's very neat. It's tidy. I would be happy with that if I were a player of this.
Motivation to start, then you're going to want to use burst skills or other chants to build your motivation even higher, so you get high levels of those refrains that are going to give pretty strong bonuses, depending on how much motivation you have. That's kind of the core of what this all says. We can move on to the second chant. That's going to be Chant of Recuperation. This one is a lot more supportive. It's going to be your healing one. So when you activate this one, you're going to give your allies a bit of barrier.
Chant of Recuperation. Grants barrier to motivation, continually pulses healing to allies while removing motivation stacks every interval. This effect lasts until you run out of motivation stacks or another chant is activated. Gain increased effects depending on motivation stacks. Wait, what? Oh, hold on, pause for a sec. Jump scare? Oh, okay. Just confirm. Okay, so Twitch chat said that we had an outage there for a second. YouTube, am I still live on the YouTube side? Just before I continue on. Yeah, this time it wasn't me. I don't know what happened. You're still here. I had to refresh. Okay. All right. I guess there was like an internet hiccup or something. Thank you for letting me know. I think we're good now. Okay. After activating, continually pulses healing to allies while removing motivation stacks after every interval. This effect lasts until you run out of motivation stacks. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So 1 to 3 motivation, heal allies. 4 to 6, heal for more. 7 to 10, heal for even more and apply resistance. And this down here, I believe, is just the initial chant, which is barrier.
To kind of sustain them until the healing pulses can come through. And as you can see, you're going to pulse healing. That's dependent on how much your motivation level is, as well as, at the max, you're going to also be able to pulse resistance. Pretty strong boon. This one, you can see the motivation cost is higher than the Chant of Action, so it's going to cost more and be harder to upkeep. So perhaps, build up a lot of motivation when using your Chant of Action, and then you swap over to the Chant of Recuperation to get those really strong pulses, and so that doesn't completely drain you of the motivation as you use it. And then the last chant that we have is going to be the Chant of Freedom. This one is going to be your more utility.
Burst Chant. Break stuns from allies in an area around you. So the initial chant is stun break. 360 radius. The The refrain continually applies swiftness to allies while removing motivation. So swiftness, same swiftness plus resolution, and then swiftness plus resolution plus stability if you have 7 to 10 motivation.
Kind of defensive shout that we have. When you first activate it, you're going to break stun from allies in an area.
I'm just imagining some situation where the warrior, the Paragon is your healer, and you guys die, and everyone's like, yo, warrior, why weren't you healing? And he's like, sorry guys, I wasn't feeling motivated. Everyone's like, I don't know if he's joking or not.
It's a pretty powerful effect. And then it's also going to grant boons when you pulse based on your motivation. You can see that it starts, you know, pretty weak with swiftness, but then builds up Nexus Resolution, and then finally have a really strong stability effect. And you can see that instead of unlike the other two, this one's motivation cost is more scaling. The higher the motivation you have, the more it's going to cost. So trying to upkeep that stability is pretty hard, but keeping it at a low
motivation change. Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, the little emblem here, it's changing colors. Like when you're at the highest tier and getting the biggest buffs, it's bright red.
level 1 is going to be a lot easier. So those three kind of comprise what you want to be doing. You kind of always want to be having a chant active. You're getting bonuses as you swap between them from activating these chants, as well as just general burst skills in between.
Yeah, obviously, Burst Mastery going to be a great trait to take. Just give you that refund. You're going to be using so many bursts that refund is going to be even more noticeable, kind of similar to when we see it on Spellbreaker, using burst into full counter and a burst, getting pretty good refunds there. And that's going to allow you to really set up that motivation and get up to those high tiers, getting that stability or that resistance, those really key boons.
Yeah, I think the thing that you're gonna have to get used to.
So hold on, the first pulse of refrain, do you get it the moment you click the button? Easiest way I think I can test this would be go back to when he was healing the golems.
Motivation level is, as well as, you know, at the max you're going to also be able to pulse resistance, pretty strong boon. This one you can see the motivation cost is higher than the chant of action, so it's going to cost.
Okay, so right there, this chant does barrier at first, then it does barrier on the chant, and then it does healing on the refrain. So when he pressed the button, did it do healing instantly?
You're going to also be able to pulse resistance, pretty strong boon. This one you can see the motivation cost is higher than the chant of action, so it's
that's blue, that's barrier.
going to cost more.
I don't see
harder
healing.
To upkeep. So perhaps, you know.
And there's healing right there. Okay, so no, it doesn't seem to do refrain right when you do the chant. Okay, so my first thought is this one, the far right one, gives stability on the refrain, which means when you click this button, the stability is 3 seconds later. Would really like it to be on the chant. Just because stability and Aegis in the game are you hit them when you need them. Having to do it 3 seconds ahead of time, it would be nicer if it was, like, you know, responsive.
Build up a lot of motivation when you're using your chant of action. That we have pretty excellent.
I'm trying to go back to where we were.
Refund to really set up that motivation and get up to those high tiers, getting that stability or that resistance, those really key boons.
Yeah, I think the thing that you're gonna have to get used to when playing this spec is like extra energy management, keeping the motivation up, being able to track how much you have and how much you want to use, so you don't drain too much, so you're able to call on those high motivation chants when you want to. Then we can go into the utilities. The utilities are going to be command. You know, in Guild Wars 1, Paragons had pretty commanding presence on the battlefield. We wanted to extend that to this. These are going to be similar to...
Okay. We shall return. That sounds like you're running away. That's kind of like when they... Remember for a long time, there was a Guardian shout that was called Retreat. And they were like, you know, after many years of retreating, we've decided to change the name of the skill to... It was like Advance or something. They were like, yeah, maybe we probably shouldn't have builds screaming run away constantly. We shall return. Heal yourself and allies in an area around you. Echo, heal again and remove conditions on allies after a set interval, after 3 seconds, or after you use a burst skill.
Some other effects we have in the game, you know, as shouts, you know, the tails we showed on Troubadour, they're going to be ally effects as you use them. And the special kind of hook into this is that they all have an echo. So when you use them, an initial effect is going to happen, and then kind of like your chance, after 3 seconds, an echo will happen. But you can speed up that echo by using a burst skill. So you can use your normal burst skill or your chance, but when you activate that, it'll trigger the echo no matter how much duration had left on that interval. So the correct timing, you can really get it like right back to back, and potentially get a pretty powerful effect all at once. So starting with the heal, we have We Shall Return. First part of it, pretty simple, a lot like ally heals. You're going to heal yourself, heal allies around you, and then its echo effect is it's going to heal for a lesser amount, but also cleanse conditions. Pretty bread and butter what you want out of your healing slot as a support. And again, timing it correctly, making sure you have adrenaline before you use these commands can make it so that you get a lot of upfront value at once. We can move to the other utilities. The first one we have is find their weakness. This one's going to be a more...
Command, strike and apply Vuln to enemies around you. 10 stacks of Vuln. Echo, apply 5 might to allies based on the number of enemies struck after a set interval, or after you use a burst skill. So it says 5 might, and then it says bonus 1 might per enemy struck, up to 5 targets. So it gives you between 5 and 10 might to your team.
Offensive command, it's going to strike and apply vulnerability to allies around you, and then after the echo triggers, you're going to get might based on how many enemies you struck. And, pretty offensive leaning, of course. It's a lot of vulnerability and might, so it's a big swing in damage. And as well, it hits 5 targets, which can be pretty beneficial, especially on this spec. As we mentioned, adrenaline hungry. 5 hits is, 5 more ticks of adrenaline. So this can be a good builder for you. It's a low cooldown. Just a good button to be pressing to keep up, the assault in PvE, PvP, keep your allies' damage up. Next, we can move on to Never Surrender. This one's going to be a more defensive.
Break stun and gain boons. The cooldown of the skill is increased if used to break a stun. So it's a 15-second cooldown for boons, 30-second cooldown if you use it as a stun break. The boons are 3 seconds resistance and resolution. Echo, allies around you gain the same boons after a set interval or after you use a burst skill.
Command, you're going to break stun and grant yourself boons. And then there's a little additional effect.
You said apply Vuln on allies around you. They were too close. Personal space. Obviously, if I said that, I misspoke.
That we're trying here. We'll try it in some other specs as we'll see next week. It's going to be a break stun that has a longer cooldown if you successfully use the break stun effect. This is kind of trying to play with the power level we can put on a stun break. So if you use a skill without breaking a stun, it'll have a lower cooldown. So kind of like knowing that you're not going to get the value from the stun break there, so you can use it a bit more and play with how you want to save your cooldowns in a fight. But we can move on to the echo effect for this. This is going to echo and give your allies the same boons. This is a pretty important boon, so again, want to make sure that you're able to use that interval when you want it to happen. So it can be a pretty interesting. This whole stun break recharge increase is new. It's definitely something we're going to keep an eye on and feedback around. It's something pretty interesting. Never done before. Could be good. People could not like it. Very open to feedback around it.
Command range all 360. Yeah, you're right. The range of all the commands is 360, which is a little snug. If your group is stacking properly, it should be fine, but it definitely is on the snug side.
There's less opportunity cost in using a skill like this without, if you just want the defensive component, you want the resistance, you want the resolution, that's much more of an option when it's a 15-second recharge as opposed to when it's a 30-second recharge. So if you just want to use it in combat to go aggressive with that resistance, then that is much more of a realistic choice.
Next command is going to be Brace Yourselves.
Brace yourselves. Apply barrier to yourself and allies around you. The echo is apply barrier again to allies after a set interval or after a burst skill. The initial barrier is close to 2k, the echo barrier is close to 1k.
This is kind of your basic defensive command. It's going to apply barrier and then more barrier on the echo. So this one is, as it says, when you want to brace yourself, you see a big hit coming. Your allies are already at full, but give them a barrier to make them even more tanky versus whatever hit's about to come in. Pretty good to keep your allies topped up with that barrier. Simple defensive skill. It's what you want out of that slot sometimes. Then lastly, we have On Your Knees. This one's also going to be an offensive.
Don't say it. Damage and apply cripple to enemies around you. Echo, damage and apply weakness to enemies after a set interval or after you yeah, Crit Snatch doesn't sound so bad anymore, does it? Damage and apply weakness to enemies after a set interval or after you use a burst skill. So damage 421, 6-second cripple, 6-second weakness.
Command, you're going to do the damage and cripple around when you use it. And again, it's going to hit 5 enemies. That's pretty good adrenaline gain. And then when it echoes, you're going to damage again, more adrenaline, and apply weakness to the enemies, making them do less damage to you, have less endurance in PvP, weakness, pretty good condition, and with a large radius. The cripple line here could be interesting, especially tactics as a trait line that Paragon is probably going to want to take. Get leg specialists, have an AoE immobilize, pretty good effect. So this skill can be, I think, deceptively good based on the minor effects and how you trait into changing what it does. But then we can get to the elite skill, and the elite skill is one we showed, or we talked about in the blog post, showed in the video, and everyone, super cool effect. Oh, having those Paragon wings, it's We Will Never Yield skill, and the elite skill is one we showed.
I want to see it.
Or we talked about in the blog post, showed.
We Will Never Yield. Your health cannot be reduced below 0 for a short period of time. After this effect ends, gain barrier proportionate to your missing health. Certain boss skills may bypass the effect of this skill. As to be expected. They gotta have some skills, boss effects in the game that can pierce through, unkillable things to force you to do mechanics. Cannot be reduced below 0. Okay, so to be clear here, this doesn't say you're immune to damage. You can get knocked down to 1 hit point. So the moment this wears off, you could, get bink, which is what the barrier's for. After the effect ends, gain barrier proportionate to missing health. It's 3-second duration. 75-second cooldown, 3-second duration, you can't die. And then barrier when it wears off. Let's see, the Echo is your allies around you gain the effect of this skill at a reduced duration. Duration decreased 33%. Okay, so it's 3-second duration. 33% reduced duration would be 2 seconds. So does that mean that you get it for 3 seconds, the allies get it for 3 seconds, but then afterward they get it for 2 more seconds, so they get 5 seconds total?
Put it in the video, and everyone, super cool effect. Having those Paragon wings, it's We Will Never Yield. When you use it, you're going to get a buff on yourself where you cannot fall below 0, save, some PvE boss effects. Basically, for the most part, you can't die, which is very strong. And then kind of like Rebound is when this buff falls off, you're going to gain Barrier, and the Barrier is going to scale based on how low your health was. Because denying death can be pretty powerful, but when damage is constantly coming at you, you can live it at 1, and then if you don't get a little bolster after that, you just fall over. So that Barrier is there. It's a little pillow to make sure that you're able to heal your allies and everyone up when that effect ends. And so the Echo here...
Gotta use the burst of this one for real use. Yeah, because so if you don't use a burst skill, this is so some folks in chat are reading this as the allies do not get the 3 seconds part; they only get the 2. So that means if you don't use a burst skill, you are invuln for 3 seconds. Then right about when yours is wearing off, they are invuln for 2 seconds. And that means so if you want your whole team to be invuln at the same time, you got to use this skill and then do a burst, right then.
Is going to be how you give your allies that buff. So I think out of all the commands, this one is the most important to have lined up with a chant or a burst skill to give your allies that buff. Because it's something that you really want to time well, because if you do it a bit late, it's too late, they're dead. So trying to add a bit of skill expression here, just to add an extra caveat when you use a skill if you want to use it correctly. That kind of covers commands, how they play. So we can move on to the traits. First trait is going to be Rally the Valiant, just talking about motivation and the stuff we covered with the chants. The next minor trait is going to be Inspiring Implements. Gain motivation when you use your 4th and 5th weapon skills. It's kind of a new trigger that we're playing around with. Can kind of influence the weapons you want. Maybe some weapons have a longer cooldown on the 4 and the 5, and that
gain
matters
motivation
to you.
when you use the 4th or 5th buttons.
So you choose to go an offhand that has maybe lower ones. I think Warhorn is a weapon that you can use the 4 and 5 slot decently freely. So a lot of motivation building built up, but just kind of the gist here is that it's a little extra motivation gain outside of your burst skills. Then we can move on to the Grandmaster Minor, which is Unyielding Resolve. Strike and condition damage dealt to you is reduced for each point of motivation you have. This is going to be a basic defensive trait.
1.5% per motivation. What's max motivation? 10? So 15% is max?
Something, a supportive character would want. You can't heal your allies if you're dead. So just kind of a passive defense to make sure you can stay on the battlefield, keep healing people.
Okay.
Then we move to the Adept here. The first one's going to be Call to Action. This one's going to trigger Chant of Action when you get into combat. This will give you those motivations.
Gain motivation when you enter combat. If no refrains are active, automatically activate the refrain of Chant of Action.
Stacks and start the Might and Fury pulsing. It's pretty good to kickstart how you play in a fight. When you first get into the fight with the spec, you want to build up adrenaline to keep those chants. This one kind of just accelerates that happening. Already gives you basically 10 free adrenaline. So in a longer, drawn-out encounter, this probably isn't giving you too much value, but I think in small skirmishes, or if you're in the open world constantly going from place to place, getting this free Chant of Action can be a lot of value at once and really just make it feel a bit smoother to play.
As you guys can see, it doesn't put the actual Chant of Action on cooldown, so you can get that initial activation, then even use Chant of Action again to get that extra motivation if you so choose.
Right. Then the next Adept trait, we're going to have Calming Ton. This one is just some small bonuses for a supportive trait if,
So I want to confirm something, you guys, because I think I missed it. To gain motivation, he said you use burst skills. Do the chants also count as a burst skill? Like, if you use a chant, do you gain motivation, and then that motivation ticks down as it's consumed by the chant itself? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay.
Chain of action or call to action doesn't appeal to you. This one just gives you a bit of additional concentration and healing power, some more boon duration, more healing, what you want to be doing as a support. Coming out of the adept here, just making sure that you always have a chant active to get the bonus from this. Then lastly, we have Liberating Liaise. It's doing.
Sorry, I was so focused on my question, I didn't read this well enough. Gain increased healing power and concentration. Gain additional healing power and concentration when a refrain is active. So 60 concentration, 60 healing power, and then another 60 and 60 for a total of 120. Calming tongue? It's just like a puppy. Just
I'm coming out of the adept here, just making sure that you all have a chant active to get the bonus from this. Then lastly, we have Liberating Liaise. It's going to grant you increased movement speed, and then movement impairing conditions have reduced effectiveness on you. The movement speed is a thing that we see on a lot of traits. Warrior Sprint, kind of, this is an alternative to it if you don't want to be taking that trait. But the movement impairing conditions have reduced effectiveness is pretty new. Usually we just do reduced duration, but these are going to change how much you actually get slowed. So Cripple will slow you for less, Chill will slow you for less, which can be pretty impactful, especially in PvP scenarios. As a support, you don't want to get caught. You want to make sure you have good positioning, so this is going to help you out with that. Then we can move to the master tier. The first one we have is brisk pacing.
Using a chant reduces the recharge of other chants by 2 seconds.
Using a chant reduces the recharge of your other chants by a set amount. This is just going to incentivize you for swapping your chants. You know, don't sit on chant to action constantly pulsing Mind and Fury. We want you to be swapping between the heal, between the swiftness, the stability. And if you're doing that off cooldown, you're going to get a lot of cooldown reduction for this. So if you have the adrenaline build up to support it, you can be really getting a lot of those specifically.
Now, I want to confirm a couple things with you guys just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So when you use a chant, it does chant and then refrain, refrain, refrain. But if you use chant 1, then you immediately click chant 2, you're only getting the refrain from chant 2, right? Like, you can only get one refrain at a time, like the most recent one, I think. Just want to see if I got that right. Yes. Okay. All right, same question for these things down here with the echoes. Does using 2 of these back to back, does one echo overwrite the other? Or can you have all, like, will you always get all the echoes?
The activated effects a lot. So a lot of power there behind that.
I think echoes are always.
Then we can move on to the middle one, which is Invigorating Tempo. This one's going to be a more sustained trait. Heal yourself.
Heal yourself and gain adrenaline for each point of motivation spent.
And gain adrenaline for each point of motivation spent. So again, as with that Grandmaster Miner we talked about, you really want survivability on a support spec so that, you know, you can keep supporting your allies and devote more of your cooldowns to them rather to yourself. And the adrenaline here is going to be a nice little refund. You know, cost adrenaline to get motivation, so getting some adrenaline back is going to be like almost a burst mastery-like effect to keep it so that you don't feel too starved of adrenaline in certain situations. Then lastly, we have Reverberation. This one's going to be the utility skill trait for the spec. Command echoes can trigger a second time. So going through all those echoes we talked about, the intervals, they have the potential with this trait to get them all twice, which, you know, elite, that's a pretty strong effect. But, you know, just making your heal better, getting more barrier, you get a lot of value out of this based on how many of those commands you have. The trigger for this will kind of work as you expect it to. It'll have like the same interval, so you use it, after 3 seconds, the echo effect will happen, then after another 3 seconds, another echo will happen, but you can speed both those up with the burst skills. You know, use a command, then you use your burst skill, it happens again, then you can use a burst skill right after to get that other echo. And get a drink before we cover the Grandmasters. So the first Grandmaster is going to be Feverish Pulse. This one is going to be kind of like how you support with boons in game modes. And PvE is going to be Alacrity. And Alacrity support is something that people have known has been missing from Warriors kind of kit for a while. So this is going to be enabling the Paragon to step into that role, hopefully do it really well, something we want to be seeing people do in PvE. And in competitive modes, this one's actually going to give quickness. You know, in World v World, compete with those Firebrands, those Chronomancers, that quickness is a powerful boon there, and give it a little edge in PvE to be in PvP to be a more offensive support. Something that Warrior is known for when you pick it is really making your allies, giving them a lot of might, making them hit harder.
We don't talk about Bladesworn?
So it's kind of like carving out its niche there with this trait. We can go to the others. If we go to the middle one, we have Strengthening Stanzas. This one is going to be your more selfish trait. if you don't have allies running around the World v World, you want to play Paragon. This is kind of the trait
Because refrains grant bonus effects to you while active. Chance of action is 20% damage, 20% condition damage, and 20% lifesteal damage. Wow, that's really good for open world. Chant of Recoup, minus 20% incoming damage, minus 20% incoming Condi damage. And Chant of Freedom is 50% more movement speed.
You don't want to play Paragon with a group. This is a trait you want to take. You can see that you get a different bonus based on how many, or based on which chain you have activated. Chant of Action is going to give you pretty big damage modifier. Chant of Recuperation, pretty big incoming damage reduction. Chant of Freedom is a really large movement speed. So this has a lot of powerful effects behind it based on which one you have active. In competitive modes, you can also take this.
Only for you? Yeah, he said it was the greedy one.
Support for your allies. You just need to be, have that really big damage, reduced damage incoming, or really high movement speed. So you can take this trait potentially and still be a pretty good support. So a lot of potential behind this one. And then lastly, we have Enduring Refrain. This one is going to make basically all your chants.
Enduring Refrain. Refrain effects of chants are stronger. The motivation costs of refrains are reduced, but cannot be reduced below 1. This trait does not affect healing gained from Invigorating Timbo. Motivation costs are reduced. Sounds really good. Chant of Action, Stacks of Might gained increased. Chant of Recoup, healing increased. Chant of Freedom, boon duration increased for each boon granted per level. Okay, this immediately reminds me of Lingering Light on Druid. Druid has the trait that gives alacrity. Okay, let's just like this one right here. Druid has trait where I give alacrity to the team. Then it has this other trait in the same section called Lingering Light. And honestly, Lingering Light, when you play with it, it feels like this is the way Druid was meant to be played. And it's so fun. But you can't give alacrity with it. So you have to find someone else to give alacrity, so groups don't really want that. It's not meta, and it just sits there, and it's not really used by anybody. This will, I fear, never be taken by a support, despite the fact that that looks really good for how the thing works, because alacrity is right there in the same column. So, I mean, maybe in like World v World or something, but unless they can shift the meta away from the healers being required to bring quickness or alacrity, you're not going to have a healer take something that competes with a quickness or alacrity, just because groups won't take them.
Better as you activate them. With this one's going to crank your support up to like the max level. It's going to cause Chant of Action to grant more might when you have the refrain go.
No alack in World v World. Yeah, that's why I said maybe in World v World, because they're trying to get rid of the 100% uptime on alack and stuff in World v World. So I said maybe there, but it depends on how it turns out.
Recuperation is going to heal more, and then Freedom is going to get increased boon duration. And on top of that, it's going to reduce the motivation cost of some of those higher levels. We saw that Recuperation cost 2, it's going to cost 1 now, and then Chant of Freedom, the upper levels cost less. This again making it so you can keep supporting your allies with even if you can't upkeep all of that adrenaline. So kind of seeing in all of those ways, different ways you can support your allies with the Paragon. That kind of, covers the gist of it. Cal's going to hover over all the tooltips. Any words on Paragon?
Skills, or the traits, got a lot of good hover time, so I'm just going to go quickly back through the skills. Yeah, I mean, Paragon, it's a lot of fun, like just having more things to spend your adrenaline on, even more so than like Spellbreaker at the F2. Now we have F2, F3, F4. Obviously all the adrenaline traits are going to be very powerful. But it just gives you like that extra layer of decision making of like, when do I want to use my adrenaline? When do I need to build up more adrenaline so I can use multiple things back to back to back? And just gonna add like a bit more depth to like typical warrior gameplay on top of being like that really strong support.
I want to double check something with you guys. So when you're playing Paragon, every single F1, F2, F3, F4 only takes 1 pip of adrenaline, right? They're all 1 pip usage to activate.
Warrior that we've really been
yes.
looking forward to adding to the game.
Okay. Just want to make sure if someone asks me that in 2 days and I give them a response that I've got the correct information.
Just quickly through the commands here, and then we will transition back to a screen with just 2 of us on camera so we can get...
What I don't understand is how you get stacks. So, Niwar, if you use any of these buttons, you gain stacks of motivation. Any of them. But then... if you use a chant, after the chant, the refrain kicks in, which starts draining the motivation to do pulses of the refrain around you. Additionally, there are some traits that give some motivation. Like one of them was whenever you use weapon skill 4 or 5, you gain motivation. So you could run that and then run a weapon where the 4 or 5 has a reasonably short cooldown, and that would increase your motivation gain.
Set up for the final specialization today, which will be the Ritualist. Brace yourselves, and finally we will never yield. Fire that off one more time. Get some Paragon wings. And I hope you guys got all your screenshots. If not, check out the...
I think the wings should stay on you until the invulnerability wears off. I'm greedy with the wings. I want the wings for longer.
VOD after we wrap up here today. All right, getting set up for the Ritualist. Actually, shouldn't take too long. But this one's, I mean, all of the specs that we previewed so far have been pretty exciting. I'm even more excited to show off the Ritualist here today.
So the big question, chat, to the warrior mains, what warrior weapons have the shortest cooldowns on 4 or 5? Or ammunition on 4 or 5 could also be applicable here. Muck secretly wants to be a bird. Yeah, I was heartbroken that we didn't get Tengu.
Guild Wars 1 fans, you need to keep track of all the Guild Wars references in the
Warhorn, pistol, rifle, longbow have ammo on 4.
I will call out
in
a few of them here and there.
Pistol PvP, you can do 5-4, 5-4, 5.
Stop saying, oh look, a reference to a Guild Wars 1 skill. But yeah, let's talk about Ritualist. So
there's the dagger. It's appears to be in bondage or something. Looking at that icon.
We talked about this in
the
the
bent
blog,
dagger.
General mechanics around the spirits and how they work and how they're tied to Ritualist Shroud. The first thing we see here that when we equip the spec, we have access to F2, F3, F4. This is actually coming from the Grandmaster Minor trait. But these are what we're calling the Rupture skills. It's kind of a callback to a skill called Rupture Soul, which was destroy a spirit, and that one I believe just did damage around the spirit.
Okay, hold on. Rupture Anguish. Destroy your spirits of anguish. Destroy your spirit of anguish, damaging nearby enemies and granting might to nearby allies. The skill will activate automatically when the spirit expires. Okay.
But we're going to have 3 different flavors of these ruptures for each of the spirits. You will have Rupture Anguish, Rupture Wanderlust, and Rupture...
Wait, they got shatters?
Preservation. These will obviously destroy that respective spirit and do some powerful effect around that area. So we see here, Rupture Anguish is going to be your big damage one. Give some offensive boons to nearby allies.
Okay.
As we mentioned in the blog, we're kind of expecting that a power DPS build will exist for the Ritualist as well as a more healy support build. So offensive boons valuable in both those cases as well. Rupturing your Wanderlust, it's going to be more that CC spirit that we'll see once we get into Shroud. This is going to do that AoE fear. There's not going to be any fear in the Shroud itself, but we will see that on the Rupture here.
No final thoughts on Paragon. Final thoughts on Paragon. Okay. So I think it is going to really... Okay, I think how well it feels to play is really going to be dependent on resource management, right? Because you slam weapon skills to generate adrenaline. You use adrenaline to generate motivation. Then you drain the motivation to do buffs, right? So you've got this kind of like assembly line of A, B, C, D, and you're kind of just like sending stuff down the assembly line as quick as you can. And none of it seems really difficult, but it definitely, there's definitely this like sequence thing that you're going to have to figure out the best way to go through it and keep it flowing. Like, can you keep up 2 chants going all the time? Like chant 1, chant 2, chant 1, chant 2. Not like at the same time, but like, can you bounce back and forth between 2 chants all the time? Great. Okay. If you get good enough at your energy management, are you now able to add a 3rd in there? And now you can keep, you know, cycling between 3 refrains and keep even more buffs on the party. But it's the fact that it all depends on adrenaline, you know, energy management's going to be the name of the game. I have said before, back when I tried, yes, Beansy, it will. Back when I tried Warrior Staff out for the first time, at the time I was like, yo, I love Warrior Staff. I think of that batch of weapons, Warrior won. Warrior got the best weapon added to Guild Wars 2 with that batch of weapons. The problem when you use Warrior Staff is the Warrior. It felt like the staff had everything and the Warrior was just along for the ride. So if I really want to see how Paragon with staff turns out as a pure support and like how it feels to play. I'm very curious. Like I'm not a Warrior main, but I am a support enjoyer, so I'm curious how that is going to turn, you know, to end up being. But really, the bottom line is, how is it going to feel to play that energy management game? Once we see that, then yeah, let's do it.
And finally, when you rupture the Spirit of Preservation, this is just going to give some really strong defensive boons, as you might expect from a...
So Rupture Preservation is 5 stability for 5 seconds, which is fantastic. on a 10-second cooldown. But the question is, how often can you summon the Spirit of Preservation?
Powerful defensive spirit, giving Aegis resistance and stability to your nearby allies. So let's just hop into Shroud and start talking about how things kind of working here. We're going to see, I'll just start off with Anguish. This is the one that...
Alright, so the 2 is Summon Anguish. Mark an enemy to take more damage from summoned creatures, then summon Anguish. Anguish fires a barrage of projectiles that deal increased damage against crowd-controlled enemies and for each condition on those enemies. Ritualist attack. Encrypted string error. Damage 7x 1800. Bonus damage versus control 20%. Bonus damage per condition 2%. 20% bonus damage per controlled effect on the target. 2% bonus damage per condition. Okay, pretty cool scaling.
We talked about that string has not been encrypted yet. But it is now. It's fine. No one saw that. But as we mentioned in the blog, Spirit of Anguish is kind of your bread and butter DPS skill. Where you're going to spawn in Anguish, it's going to do a big attack. This is kind of similar to how Mesmer Phantasms work.
So I think when he just used Anguish again, it effectively refreshed the duration of the guy. Unless... I don't know if he has a set duration or if he just stays while you're in Shroud.
The Spirit will come in, do a big attack. Also, you, the Ritualist, are going to be doing some relevant component to your skill as well. We see here with Anguish, this is just setting up more of a setup thing. I'm going to be inflicting Cripple, Vuln, applying Painful Bond. That's going to be a skill that causes my summoned creatures, which includes spirits and minions. Those are both going to deal increased damage to this target. And then we see Anguish spawns, does its big attack. This one, basically the big damage skill, does a barrage of projectiles. Increased damage to crowd control foes, increased damage per condition on those target. You know, Spirit of Anguish in Guild Wars did increased damage to hexed foes, so we see kind of a nice nod to that on the big damage skill here, Spirit of Anguish.
Nod.
Notably, the spirits are not targetable. They're not really attackable or destroyable, but that is why they exist as long as you are in Shroud. We thought about this a lot as we were, building the Ritualist and thinking about, obviously in Guild Wars 1, spirits were more of that engineer.
Spirits were on the field next to you as long as you were within range of them. And there was a skill with a cooldown that teleported them to you. So if you ran 50 feet and it was about to, disappear, you could snap it to your location with that skill. But you could basically have a group in an area and you'd sit in there with tons of spirits and then just keep bringing monsters to you and they would get gunned down. They stayed out long term.
Your turret type of gameplay, at least the offensive ones, where they would exist and be attackable and destroyable. So the counterplay was destroy the spirit. Tying it into Shroud, I guess I forgot to mention that we tied it into Shroud because this is kind of the more iconic thing that Ritualists do. We wanted to make sure that when you're playing Ritualist, you have access to these spirits, so tying them into Shroud also gave us that extra lever of, well, now the counterplay to these spirits is pressure the Ritualist out of Shroud. So these spirits are kind of sustained by your life force. As long as you are in Shroud, these spirits will exist. We see a little periodic auto attack coming out here that's going to do a little bit less damage than, say, the Barrage, but as long as you're in Shroud, that's a little bit range on that as well.
I'm actually not seeing any damage numbers when it does
we'll
its
fix
auto.
That one for sure.
Oh, that's how it
didn't
did.
find something close enough to it to attack.
Okay,
but,
there it goes.
We'll see that mark here in just a second. The idea, again, just to summarize, Ritualist does a component of their skill. The Spirit spawns, does its big attack, and then transitions to this more passive state as long as you are in Shroud, periodically doing a more basic attack on your enemies. So with all that said, now we can move back to the auto attack here.
Okay, Essence Blast, the one in Shroud, fire a blast of energy that is more powerful for each active spirit. Active spirits will prioritize attacking the last enemy targeted by this skill if they are in range. 15% damage increase per spirit. So if you have, assuming there's 3 spirits, I believe there's 3, 45% increased damage.
It's Blast. This is pretty similar to a Core Necro auto attack. It is going to do a little AoE explosion around the target, but it is going to get more powerful for each spirit that you have in the world. So we see kind of the weakest version here as we use that. Then we're going to spawn Anguish, spawn Wanderlust at a terrible location because we just want to increase our Essence Blast damage, and now we see just a bit more damage coming out from that Essence Blast. So nothing too crazy, basic.
It appears all the spirits have the same looking attack after they've done their initial effects.
Ranged projectile skill to complement kind of this ranged, obviously the ranged Anguish, you have the range 1. Or less placement. We can detonate all these spirits, get those powerful effects. One thing I did not mention about the ruptures initially is that these will automatically activate when the spirit expires. So if we just spawn Anguish, we didn't really find a great opportunity to use the rupture that we wanted to. When we're exiting Shroud, that spirit's going to explode. That's going to trigger the rupture Anguish, and if I wasn't cheating, you would see that skill actually go on cooldown.
So
like
auto
great
rupture
demonstration.
it'll go on
Let's see,
cooldown.
let's take a look at this one. There we see Rupture Wanderlust going on recharge without being pressed because it is going to just trigger automatically when the spirit expires.
Okay, now here's a big question, chat, and I want you guys to help me look for this. Is the Shroud for Ritualists like the Core Shroud in that you can enter it as long as you got 10% death juice? Or is there a minimum juice to enter it that is higher than that?
So next up, let's actually take a look at what Wanderlust does. Some people may remember the spirit name from Guild Wars as well.
And while we're thinking on that, Wanderlust Spirit, create a powerful blast that damages and dazes enemies in the area. Then summon a Spirit of Wanderlust at that location. Wanderlust knocks down enemies and creates a lingering area that deals damage and inflicts conditions. 300 CC, combo finisher leap finisher, and then shield, vuln, weakness, slow, damage. Lots of good stuff.
Spirit that knocked down enemies, I believe, if they were moving. Not a great mechanic that translates too well into our game. So Wanderlust is just going to come in, it's going to knock enemies down, and then create kind of this pulsing area that's going to inflict a few different unique conditions, do a bit of damage as well. And we saw the initial Ritualist side of this attack is more of that Ritualist lightning that, you know, was definitely seen on a few of those more offensive skills from Guild Wars, and that's going to do a nice little AoE damage and some daze. We do see here that
Summoning Spirits gives 10% life force. Wait, what?
if I use the spirit, those more offensive skills,
It does. Ooh. Ooh. So I the reason I just got really excited there was that I've mentioned before I really enjoyed Ritualist in Guild Wars 1. Ritualist had like 200 skills in Guild Wars 1. The spirits were my favorite thing. Like, if they did the Ritualist in this game and it was just focused on enchant weapons or the urns or something, I'd be like, eh. But the spirits, I'm hype about that. I enjoy summons and pets and stuff like that. So if, in this game, if spirits are tied to Shroud, then my enjoyment of spirits is going to be attached to how long can I stay in Shroud. So that's cool.
from Guild Wars, and that's going to do a nice little AoE damage and some daze. We do see here that if I use the spirit skill while the spirit is still active, it's going to destroy that spirit, triggering the rupture skill, and then spawn a new spirit at the new location.
It comes from a trait?
That's
Then we'll see the trait soon.
obviously a lot more important when I'm cheating, but we will actually see some fun traits in the future that may run into this mechanic. Get a closer up on some of these spirit attacks.
Okay, I think I talked over him showing the F4.
Area. Not a great mechanic that translates too well into our game damage as well. And we saw the initial Ritualist side of this at Guild Wars, and that's going to do a nice little AoE damage at a new location. That's obviously a lot more important when I'm cheating, but we will actually see some fun traits in the future that may run into this mechanic. Get a closer up on some of these spirit attacks. We saw Rupture Anguish triggering as well. Wanderlust getting this nice little pulsing area. And the last spirit we have here, the Spirit of Preservation.
Okay, Preservation was one of the ones that was a support-oriented spirit in the previous game. Grant boons to nearby allies, then summon Spirit of Preservation. Will unleash bursts of energy, healing and removing conditions for nearby allies. So, Prot and Vigor, and then Preservation does a 5k heal and cures 4 conditions.
Periodically healed in Guild Wars 1. Here we're going to have the Ritualist side of this giving AoE protection and vigor, and then Spirit of Preservation will pop in, do a little bit of healing. Let's heal some allies that actually have damage taken. Notably, we did make kind of an exception to the typical Death Shroud rules for the Ritualists themselves, whereas this is mostly a normal Shroud where the damage is taken against the Life Force pool and you can't be healed, but there are a few exceptions where we are allowing the Ritualists to heal themselves. We'll see here with Preservation, that's going to be a heal that goes through that, but other people still won't be able to heal you. It felt, a little weird that you would have a skill in a Shroud that said heal yourself and nearby allies.
Really quick, just clarification for any new bloods in the community. Necromancer Shroud, the way it works is when you go into Shroud, this becomes your hit points. So it's known as a very noob-friendly class because it has a second hit point bar. So if you're in Shroud, someone has to beat on you until your Shroud bar hits 0, then they can start hitting your hit points. But if you go in Shroud with low health, like he just did, then this is your health right here. Until that's gone, then this goes down. But while in Shroud, you're immune to healing. There's nothing more aggravating to us healers as having a low health Reaper in Shroud in the party, and we keep slamming him with heals, and then being like, Mucker's immune. It's so annoying because they're like, oh, he's low health, save him. Well, that's on cooldown now, and he was immune to that, you know? So apparently, the Spirit of Preservation bypasses that normal rule where a Shrouded Necro is immune to damage and healing to their main hit points, and they can heal while they're in that Shroud. So, okay, it's cool.
It wouldn't do anything. So we're trying that out, seeing if that doesn't break things too horribly, and you will be able to have that kind of self-sustain here in Shroud. Notably, the Spirit of Preservation's basic attack will do a small amount of healing as well to nearby allies, in addition to doing a bit less damage than the other two. One thing I didn't mention about the auto attack Essence Blast is that this will kind of mark an enemy for your spirits to prioritize. So if the spirits find an enemy nearby that has this mark, their basic attacks will be focused on that target. If not, then they're just going to be looking at they're going to find some nearby enemy to attack. But if you want to focus these,
I will say this: I do not know if he has any equipment on. I don't know if he's in Selly or if this character is effectively naked for this test. But I am seeing that these spirits attack every couple of seconds, and they're doing like 700 each. And because they're attacking every few seconds, they're doing like 300 DPS each on their autos, which is extremely low. Would definitely like them to be a little bit more usable. But I'm hoping that this character is actually not wearing armor, which means that that number will be higher when you're in gear. But I don't know.
Attacks on a particular enemy, just hit him with Essence Blast. Nothing too crazy. And last up, we have Summon Spirits. This one's going to be more of that utility-focused mobility skill.
Okay, so the 5-button in Shroud, you and any active spirits shadow step to the target area. Any spirits that aren't currently using a skill will immediately use their auto attack.
We're just going to see here that it's a ground target shadow step, so good with like Z-axis situations. But the fun part here is that your spirits will all come with you. And if they aren't currently doing something, that will also trigger a basic attack. So you do have an opportunity to get like an
That's
extra burst of damage as maybe your spirits do their auto attack. Then you teleport in with summon spirits as well, and they will then auto attack again for a little bit of extra damage or a little bit of extra heal. So that's kind of how the spirits work and how the shroud works and all the ruptures and all.
Okay, so pretty simple. 1 is damage, does more damage the more spirits you have. 2, 3, and 4 each summon a spirit. 5 moves you and the spirits with you. The 2 is damage, the 3 is CC, the 4 is support, and F2, F3, and F4 just shatter those spirits, but that happens automatically when you leave Shroud.
Stuff around that. So I'm going to take a quick water break before we hop into the utility skills, which are weapon spells, another thing that some people might recognize.
You know, I think to me, the interesting part about Ritualist Shroud is that it is pretty similar to core Necromancer Shroud. I think, you know, as we've gone through the elite specializations, Reaper was heavily melee focused, Scourge didn't have a Shroud exactly, and then Harbinger doesn't have that health effect that normal Necromancer Shrouds have. So something that's pretty similar to what Necromancers played for with a while is what really interests me the most about a Ritualist spec, and how we can, you know, have another ranged Shroud that also replaces your health pool and back to that kind of core Necromancer gameplay.
Yeah, for sure. And like, you know, range support is just going to be a little bit more useful than melee support. So weapon spells, we talked about this. Let's just hover one of these while we ramble a little bit. We talked about this a little bit in the blog as well, where this is obviously another mechanic that existed in Guild Wars 1, but the way that these skills worked in Guild Wars 1 is that they were ally targeted skills. You would affect a single ally, grant them this effect, and you know, they were
basically, really quick, for the new bloods in Guild Wars 1, you had a mana bar. Like many fantasy games, you had a mana bar. It was called energy, but let's just say it was mana. And you could basically reserve a bit of your mana regeneration to keep, let's say, life stealing on Billy over there, and his weapon would glow, and every time he would swing it, he would have life steal the whole time. And until you turned that off, or until you died, that just stayed on Billy's sword. And translating that to this game would be similar to like Thief Venoms. You use an ability, everyone in your party has poison on their next 10 attacks or whatever. So this is, you know, similar to that. And let's see what they did with it.
they're all pretty powerful, but we've kind of seen the difficulties around ally targeted skills so far in Guild Wars 2.
Hey,
So we're
Sky,
going
I see you.
to have a little bit different implementation here, where these are going to give an AoE effect around you. All your allies are going to get the weapon spell effect, while the Ritualists themselves will get a full power effect. So we see here with Resilient Weapon, this is going to be a damage reduction. It's going to be a pulse heal. Might sound a little bit familiar, even though it works slightly differently. But
Okay, so let's read this. 25-second cooldown. That's on the high side for a heal skill. Incoming damage is reduced, and you periodically heal.
How are you today?
Hi, Bertree. You take less damage, and you heal periodically. If you're below half health, it's stronger. Grant this to nearby allies for reduced duration. Okay, so on you, it's 6 seconds. On allies, it's 3 seconds. It's 10% less damage taken, and you heal for 1,400 a second. But if you're below half health, it's 20% reduced damage taken, and you heal for 50% more than that. So 2,100 a second baseline. And again, that's 6 seconds. So on you, if you are above half health, that would be like 7k or so healing. And if you are, no, like 8k or so healing on you if you're above 50%, but if you're below 50%, you're looking at like 12k healing. On allies, has a max duration of 3 seconds. So the least it would heal would be around 4,500, but it would heal more than that if they're lower health. And then also they're getting damage reduction while this is active. Radius 300. This is a pretty solid skill. This is helpful in a lot of small ways, but that radius 300, you need to make sure that you're close to the allies who need it when you press the button, because it is almost hugging range.
Pulse healing, damage reduction, increase below 50% health, and you're going to get 6 seconds of this as the... Let me just make sure I'm not going to die. As the Ritualist, you will be giving yourself 6 seconds of this, and then we'll be giving 3 seconds of this to allies, so they're going to get a little bit less duration of the damage.
Oh, that's kind of cool. You get like a glowy jade orb near you, and you know when it's active because the golems there. So these are friendly golems.
Giving yourself 6 seconds.
So he activates the weapon, and look, everybody gets it. Now his is 6 seconds. Theirs is 3.
3 seconds of this.
So it does the heals.
A little bit less duration
and
of the damage
then
reduction,
it disappears when it's gone.
Overall, but then
I really like that. Now in a fight with if you're in a 5 or 10 man content, you could probably see that and know it when it's active and know when it's not. In like a world boss, you're not going to see this. There's too much going on there. But I really like a simple visual thing where you can know if something is, active or not.
It's going to be more easily usable, and like you're going to be able to give this to all your allies as opposed to having to work with that more difficult ally targeting mechanic. And we're going to see a couple different flavors of these, as with the Guild Wars 1 weapon spells. Some are going to feel a little bit more like stances, with the duration based, where some are going to feel a little bit more like venoms. Maybe one called Splinter Weapon. It had to be here. Is anyone surprised?
Splinter Weapon was very popular in the first game.
That Splinter Weapon is basically the same skill as it was in Guild Wars 1, because that effect translates really well into Guild Wars 2, where you are going to have this additional AoE strike around enemies that you strike. You're going to give some of this to enemies. You're going to give some to your allies, so everyone can have the Splinter Weapon at the same time, and that's potentially a lot of extra splash damage hits. Maybe you can give it to a ranger and they can cast Barrage, and it will behave slightly differently than Guild Wars 1 Barrage, but you can, in fact, Splinter Barrage in Guild Wars 2 as soon as Ritualist.
I don't know if he's going to spend more time on this, so let's read it real quick. Splinter Weapon. Your strikes trigger an additional strike on nearby enemies. Allies receive fewer stacks of this. So this one, instead of duration, it's attacks. So this gives you 10 seconds. Oh, no, actually, it's a little bit of both. But 10 seconds is very generous for this. 10 seconds, you get 5 stacks. So your next 5 weapon attacks will splinter and do area of effect. On allies, it's their next 3 attacks. But the ally the ally needs to be within 300 radius of you to receive the buff when you activate it, and the damage radius of the AoE is 180.
Is available in the beta. So notably here, you give yourself 5 stacks of Splinter Weapon, allies get 3 stacks of Splinter Weapon, slight reduction. Maybe you have minions, you can give your minions Splinter Weapon. That's a little bit scary, but we will see a couple of nods to...
Yeah, so that would be really interesting. So the damage of Splinter Weapon, assuming it scales off of the Necro's stat... Okay, I don't know if the damage is going to scale off the Necro, or if it's going to scale off the stats of the recipient. Because, like, if you've got a bunch of crappy minions, but they're proccing this and it is operating off the Necromancer's stats, that would be amazing. But if it's using their own stats, which are very poor, then it's not a big deal. On the flip side, if you've got, like, you give your allies a buff that scales with power, and your ally is running Condi, it would be terrible on them. So I'm not really sure what I hope for. I'm just saying that it's worth considering. We will want to know if, when an ally receives Splinter Weapon, is it scaling off of their power or the Ritualist power that gave it to them?
Minions, vaguely, we're going to do things that affect creatures. We saw that with Painful Bond. We have some that care about a spirit or a minion, because, that is another thing that it's not only because it's a Guild Wars callback. We have a lot of elite specs that don't really care about minions. So as we're building out the Ritualist, we knew that there's a lot of associations already. Obviously, the spawning power attribute in Guild Wars 1 made your minions more powerful, and there were other things that cared about summon creatures in Guild Wars 1. We'll see that a lot more in the traits as well. So there is kind of that opportunity to play with some minions, play with Splinter Weapon, give your minions Splinter Weapon, and that is potentially really fun, potentially a lot of damage, and we do want to lean into that opportunity for minions to be a more viable playstyle with Ritualist especially. So we saw Splinter Weapon. Next we'll see Nightmare Weapon, another one that translates pretty well. This guy.
Did he skip 8? Okay. I guess we'll come back to that. Nightmare Weapon, your strikes steal life from enemies and inflict vuln. Grant fewer stacks to allies. Okay, so you get 5 stacks, allies get 3, 300 radius for application. Life siphon damage. So 5 times you hit for an extra 1300 and heal for 1200 when you hit. And for allies, it's 3 times.
Going to be more of that defensive. You have some lifesteal, but the big thing here is going to be a pretty.
Hold on, people pinging me. If this is anything like the Poisons on Thief, it would source the damage from the Ritualist. Okay.
Meaty heal. Allies are obviously going to get a lower duration of this, but you will just get
see.
some extra lifestealing off of your strikes. Maybe I should take some damage so I can actually get some value out of my lifesteal. But here we see that's obviously triggering off life siphon as well, getting even more healing. But this is a nice little self-survivability tool. Obviously, you can give it to your allies as well. They're going to get a little bit of healing there, and you're also going to stack up a bunch of vulnerability on your enemy.
So Nightmare Weapon, if your support writ, would be another tool for topping your party off.
Next up, we'll take a look at the Weapon of Remedy. This is going to be more of that condition removal type of effect. That's going to be another one of those duration.
Periodically remove conditions, healing for each condition removed. 5 seconds on you, 3 seconds on allies, removes 1 condi per second, and heals you for 400 per condi removed. So at maximum on you, that you're looking at 2k health over 5 seconds. Very minor, but okay, sure, doesn't hurt. But for allies, it's 3 condis removed over 3 seconds. Okay.
Based buffs.
Not about AoE condi cleanse.
Remove a condition from yourself or from the allies that are affected by this, and every time that you do remove a condition, it will give you a little bit of healing. So a nice little, pretty low duration. That nice little.
This is one of those things that if you think about it too much, it's kind of a chuckle. Like you go over to an ally, you're like, let me see your blade for a second. You like raise your hand, you pour some poison on their knife, and you're like, there. Don't you feel better now? You know what? Yeah.
Cleanse over time with a little extra on top with that nice little heal. Last up, we have Weapon of Warding. This is another one that is...
Weapon of Warding. Block attacks, gain protection when the last stack is removed. Grant fewer stacks of this to nearby allies. Okay. For you... Oh god, this is really fun. For you, you get 3 blocks. When the last stack is removed, you gain protection. And there's also regen on it. I don't know if you get... I guess you just get regen on application. So you get regen, allies get regen, and then when the last stack is removed, you get prot. So this is kind of like Aegis, but it can't be boon ripped. Yeah, 5 second duration, 3 stacks of Aegis on you that can't be removed. And for your allies, it's 1 stack of Aegis with a 5 second duration that can't be removed unless it gets consumed. And after it's consumed, you get prot. So when the hits start coming in, they're reduced. And it's a stun break. So if you're in PvP and you hit this, you snap out of the stun, ready to block attacks, and then ready to prot attacks after the block. 3 for us, not 5. So if I misspoke, I'll say it again. 5 second duration, 3 seconds, 3 applications of Aegis on you, and 1 application of Aegis on allies. Allies stack 1. This is a fun button. There's a lot going on here. That is a fun button. Like, that is the kind of reminds me of Shift Signet on Mechanist. Like, that is just a fun button.
It's, a pretty iconic weapon spell. So we wanted to find a way to translate into Guild Wars 2, and blocking attack.
Is the chat hype?
Time,
that looks
maybe
amazing.
Not the best mechanic for this game, so we're not doing anything like that. This is just
no stability on Rit. Dude, they already showed the stability. It's on the F4.
Like the Arcane Shields or the Shield of
Never
Wrath
mind.
of the
They're
Guild Wars 2
worthless.
universe. We're going to see you're going to get 3 block stacks. Allies are going to get a single stack of that blocking buff, and there's a little bit of regen in there, grant a little bit less regen to your allies. When 6 fires, that's also going to be giving protection. So whether that expires on timeout or because your ally blocked or you blocked, giving that protection at the end because, you don't really need it when you're blocking attacks most of the time. And last up, we have kind of an exciting mechanic, exciting new mechanic that is, again, kind of inspired by Guild Wars 1 pretty heavily. There's going to be Zinray's weapon or Zinrai's weapon. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sure chat knows whether it's Zinray's or Zinrai's. I always say Zinray. But
All right, I'm going to straight up, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I have no idea who Zinray is. But I will continue. You guys can educate me. All right, weapon spell. When you take damage over a percentage of your max health, heal for the difference. Then, wait. Okay, hold on. What's the health threshold? 5%. So when you get hit for more than 5% of your max life, so if you get hit for 30% of your max life in a single blow, this would snap heal you back for 25%. Because you can't take more than 5. So it's not going to stop you going downstate, but if you don't go downstate, you get back everything you lost over 5%. You know what this is? This is like copay. This is like your insurance cover charge. Like, oh, I'm sorry, no. His copay is 5%. We can't go above that. That's fantastic. All right, so life siphon 2K. Okay, heal for the difference, and then steal life from the foe. Grant fewer stacks this to nearby allies, and break them out of stuns. Okay, so they hit you for 30%. You get back 25, then it smacks them back for 2K, and then heals you for 2K, just on icing on the cake. Cannot be knocked down, push back, full launch. Dude, this would be... okay, an ally stacks 1. Allies get stack of 1. And it's a stun break. 75% cooldown stun break. Okay, and it's 4 seconds of stability too! Okay, do you know when this would be amazing? Anytime you're in PvE on a raid boss, and you know a massive hit's coming, not necessarily a lethal one, but a massive hit. Greens on Veil Guardian. You hit this button, and everyone's gonna go... They're going to go back to 95% of their health. Unless they were low enough health that they dipped into unconsciousness. Then they stay down. But anytime a big single hit is going to... It's not quite rebound, but it's really good. And then, because they're going to snap up, and it's also going to heal them on top because of the life siphon thing. Yeah, it'll do damage to the boss 5x as well. But then also, in a pinch... You could use this for stability or a stun break. Now, I do not know if the stability is AoE. I do not know if the stability is break stun. I want to constantly remind folks that the ability Well of Power exists, which has stability on it, which is self-only, and then it also has other boons that are group-wide. Okay? So it is... I don't know yet if the stability on this is group-wide. Maybe he'll say. Let's continue.
The idea here is that this is going to give you stacks of a buff. Allies will get a single stack, you will get 2 stacks of this buff. And this buff says that when you take damage over a percentage of your maximum health, it is going to heal for the difference. This is slightly different than how the mechanic worked in Guild Wars. We saw this on stuff like Protective Spirit, Protective Bond, obviously Zinrai's weapon. It is a pretty interesting defensive tool. We wanted to try it out. It's a little scary as well. So it is on the elite skill here, and there are... like I mentioned, the implementation here is a little bit different so that there are kind of additional holes in here. This is not going to just set that incoming damage to 5% because this way, if you take a lethal strike, you will actually die. This won't prevent you from getting, killed by a boss attack that says you die instantly, or it does just so much damage that you are going to die from the strike. But if you survive the strike and it did more than 5% of your max health, it is going to heal you for the difference, and then you're also going to do a little bit of lifesteal to that enemy. Pretty fun idea, pretty powerful defensive tool. Is also going to break stun for allies and give them just a single stack of stability. We saw the big stability over here on Rupture Preservation, but a nice little bonus stack of stability to your allies. And you can obviously give them the Zinrai's weapon as well, so they can have a single instance of that defensive mechanic.
Wait. Hold on. Did he hit the button again? Or when he walked to that guy, did it chain him?
A nice little bonus stack of stability to your allies.
Hold on.
And you can obviously give them the Zinrai's.
Okay, he hit it again. Never mind. For a second there, I was thinking that just by entering the allies' range that it would chain to them. But no, he pressed it again.
Weapon as well, so they can have a single instance of that defensive mechanic. Very good against things like kill shot, not as much against things like rapid fire, for example. I'm going to take a quick water break for set up for our final burst through the traits. And anything you wanted to mention, Taylor?
Now just calling out, there's a lot of, weapon spells have a lot of differed uses. There's a lot of defensive ones, and the offensive ones are pretty different from each other. So it's going to be interesting seeing how this like mixes with the kit that Necromancer already has. Has some pretty niche but really powerful supportive effects, I'd say. So seeing how it fills out when you want to play a support Ritualist or even like a DPS Ritualist that takes a couple of these should be interesting to see what people come up with.
Bone Minion Splinter Weapon. All right, moving into the traits. Let's put on some random traits. This UI doesn't keep flashing one last time today. Kicking things off with the minor trait that explains the pressure mechanic.
Oh.
Spawning power, obviously a callback to the...
All right, Death Shroud is replaced with... Oh, spawning power. Yeah, that was a passive thing that Ritualist had in Guild Wars 1. Death Shroud is replaced with Rich Shroud. Spirits created by Shroud skills will persist until you exit Shroud. After performing their initial attack, they periodically attack enemies, gain access to weapon skills. Attack interval of spirits is 3 seconds. Okay, I did say it looked like a few seconds, so... The fact that they were hitting for 700 every 3 seconds is 200 and some change damage per second, DPS. So, yeah, again, hoping that this character's not wearing gear and that number will be a little bit
primary
higher.
attribute of the Ritualist. A nice little nod here on a trait that doesn't actually do anything other than tell you how all of these things work. Next up, we're going to see Boon of Creation. This is going to be a little bit more...
Gain life force when you summon a creature.
Type of trait.
Spirits and minions are a creature. Dude, I was about to say, what is this? Okay, so that's awesome, because that means you can go into Shroud, and then, like, it starts to get down, summon your spirits. You're probably going to use, like, the Anguish Spirit immediately. Preservation, you might wait a little bit to get a heal out of it. And then, what was the middle one? Wanderlust. Wanderlust is a CC. You might save that if you know that there's a CC moment coming, you would probably save it. But if you know there's not a CC moment coming, you might just throw it for the damage. But then if any of them cool down, I think Anguish was 12-second cooldown. Before your Shroud runs out, you can hit it again and get more time in there. And then of course, if you've got any minions on your bar, you could resummon them for more life force.
Every time you summon a creature, so a spirit or a minion, you're going to get some life force. So notably, you can use this outside of Shroud with minions in order to build up life force towards Shroud. When you're already in Shroud, you're going to be getting some life force back every time that you summon a spirit. So just giving you a little bit more uptime on the spirits as well, and just giving you that additional life force. Nice little, effectively a defensive minor trait here.
Okay.
Next up, as mentioned, Ruptured Souls. This is going to be the thing that's actually giving you access to the Rupture skills. We wanted these to be pretty powerful. We saw a lot of damage.
Wait, what? The F2, F3, and F4 buttons are on the Grandmaster Minor? Gonna be honest, I feel like that should just be here. Like, Firebrand doesn't have to go all the way to there to get their tomes. I feel like that should just be included in that. Just feels like they just didn't have an idea of what to put there.
Damage, a lot of might, fury. Obviously, the huge boons here on Rupture Preservation. But we want to make these skills strong enough that we felt it is essentially... the trait level strength of those effects, as opposed to making them significantly worse and then putting a different effect here in the Grandmaster slot. Moving into the adept traits, the first one here is kind of a fun one, Wandering Spirits. This is going to cause your spirits to basically follow you around, so we're just going to play around looking to spawn an Anguish. And the
spirits teleport to you whenever they auto-attack.
idea is that every time Anguish goes to auto-attack, or any of the other spirits go to auto-attack, they're going to first move closer to your position. So not as relevant if you're fighting a stationary boss, but maybe you're running around the open world and you're going to want your spirits to be following you around as you're moving. Hopefully be near enemies still, such that your spirits will be attacking things, but this is giving you that opportunity to not have them locked to a single position when summoned. Next up, we'll take a look at Spirit's Gift. Add another one to your talent.
Heal and remove conditions from allies near you when you summon a creature. 1 Condi removed, about 1k healing.
Of Guild Wars 1 references, but this is another thing that makes a lot of sense. Every time you summon a creature, spirit or minion, you will heal and remove conditions from nearby allies. We want to make this one trigger around yourself because if you are throwing a Wanderlust, for example, out at an enemy to knock them down, we still want to give you that healing to you and your allies at your location. So this one does behave slightly differently in that it triggers around yourself. But this is another case where you kind of made an exception. Spirit's Gift will allow you to heal yourself when you are in Shroud. because you know, a lot of the creatures that you are summoning are going to be in Shroud, whether or not you have minions.
Okay.
Next up, we have Explosive Growth, kind of the collection
When you summon a creature, deal damage to enemies around that creature.
of Ritualist enchantment spells, because really what are traits other than enchantments that never expire? But Explosive Growth, every time you summon a creature, deal damage to enemies around that creature. So again, I'm going to run in, spawn my bone minions, that's going to do a couple of procs of Explosive Growth. You go into Shroud, summon some spirits. This one's going to be triggering around the enemies, because again, I'm going to spawn Wanderlust on top of my enemies, and I actually want that damage trigger to happen around them. So both of these traits kind of work the way that you would want them to, but a nice little, potentially bursty damage trait here in the bottom of the adept slot. Next up, we're going to see Wielder's Remedy.
Weapon spells remove conditions from affected allies. 2 conditions removed from self, 1 condies removed from allies. Yo, that's going to be a great pick for certain fights. Weapon skills, like you could have every single button over here be a weapon skill, and then every single one of them is AoE condi removal.
That cause weapon spells to remove conditions, obviously from yourself and from allies. Similar mechanic where allies get a slightly lower effectiveness here. You're going to cleanse 2 from yourself, remove 1 from allies, and that's just how it's going to be. You know, a powerful defensive option if you have a bunch of weapon spells on your bar. Here in the middle we have
Empowering spirits grant boons to nearby allies when you summon a spirit. Anguish gives 8 stacks of might. Wanderlust gives fury. Preservation, the healing one gives resolution. Also, 3 seconds of quickness. 3 seconds of quickness, which would be 6 seconds in full concentration gear.
Empowering spirits is going to be that boon trait. I'm going to give some quickness as in addition to other boons.
So just hold on. There might be more quickness traits. I don't know. But if you just go into Shroud, drop all your spirits, and leave Shroud, if you could get back into Shroud within 18 seconds, and your spirits have cooled down to be dropped again, you've got a quickness provider.
Here when you summon a spirit, so every time you summon Anguish, you're going to give might and quickness to nearby allies. Then you're going to summon Wanderlust, give quickness and fury to nearby allies. And similarly, with the Spirit of Preservation, you will give resolution and quickness to nearby allies. So, you know, pretty straightforward boon DPS trait. You're going to be going in this Shroud, summoning your spirits, giving some boons, and that's going to be quite useful. And last up, we have Spirit's Strength.
Your spirits do more damage, and their healing is increased. 50% more effectiveness.
Spirits deal more damage, and their healing is increased. This one's pretty straightforward. Kind of plays into the more...
The cooldown is to blow up the spirit, not spawn it, right? In Shroud, the 2, 3, 4 is spawn the spirits. I don't have all their cooldowns memorized. I believe the 2 is 12 seconds. The F2, F3, and F4 is detonate the spirits.
Aggressive spirit builds where you're going to be summoning Anguish, Wanderlust. I mean, even Preservation does some damage, but this is going to affect both the initial attack here from Anguish as well as any follow-up auto attacks. Same idea with Wanderlust, where the initial damage coming from this pulsing field will be increased as well, and then also the auto attack, and finally Preservation is going to do additional healing in addition to additional damage on its auto attack, and and that healing burst that happens will also be increased by this trait. So this is just, you know, leaning as heavily.
They also auto detonate when you resummon them. Do they? I know when you leave Shroud, they auto rupture if rupture is not on cooldown.
As you want into the spirit strength, they're significantly stronger. Three more traits to go. Kicking things off with Wielder's Boon. This is kind of an additional weapon spell trait.
Affected allies receive the full benefit of weapon spells. So 3 stacks of Aegis, not Aegis, instead of 1. 2 stacks of the copay instead of 1.
Where now all your allies are going to get the full effectiveness. So this is, I mean, it's good with all of them. This is also going to work with Wielder's Remedy. Whether or not it does right now, I have to double check because that was kind of a late adjustment. But it will give you the full effectiveness of Wielder's Remedy as well. So 2 counter removals. But now you can give your allies 5 stacks of Splinter Weapon. You can give them full duration of Resilient Weapon. You know, basically, if you are looking to get those powerful moments of the weapon spells, now you can get even more of that to your allies. And then the next trait is going to be Lingering Spirits.
Spirits persist when exiting the Ritualist Shroud, but continue to drain life force. During this time, spirits attack more rapidly. Life force that is gained during this time will not be consumed by spirits. So is it continue to drain life force. So during this time, spirits attack more rapidly. Life force that is gained during this time will not be consumed by spirits. Okay. So there is a chance. Okay.
So this is something that we kind of alluded to in the blog post, where there is a way to get your spirits to persist outside of Shroud, and that is if you have the Lingering Spirits Grandmaster trait. So the way that this works is that anytime you exit Shroud and you still have life force remaining, just go in, let's spawn some spirits. I'm going to leave immediately with a full pool of life force. These spirits are going to continue to exist, and also the life force drain from Shroud is continuing to exist here. Notably, this makes the spirits attack a little bit faster as well, so you get a little bit of haste quickness of their attack interval. So, you know, if you're trying to maximize your damage from your spirits, you'll probably take like Lingering Spirits, Spirit Strength. That's going to be like the most sustained damage. And, you know, maybe you even have Wandering Spirits on because you're running around the open world, and now you're having this, you know, Spirit Army kind of following you around, attacking nearby enemies. And that will last as long as you have spirits active, or as long as you have the life force. It will kind of snapshot your life force pool when you exit, so you can't continue to build up life force on top of that. We'll see this here. It's giving you this buff for a duration. This is kind of based off how much it calculated Shroud time you had remaining as you exited Shroud. And, you know, we're going to be keeping a close eye on this one, whether the life drain needs to be a little bit higher when you're out of Shroud, but the idea is that you will be converting your remaining life force into duration of your spirits, and then the life force you gain on top of that will not be consumed by those spirits. It will just be building toward your next usage of Shroud. Importantly, if you do rupture all of your spirits, it will turn off and stop draining your life force, because, you know, it might feel bad if it did. And last but not least, we have, you know...
But didn't he say they auto-rupture when you leave Shroud? So does taking Lingering Spirits stop the auto-rupture? This trait does stop that. Okay.
One last Guild Wars callback to a powerful elite skill that some of you might have heard of. It's called Soul Twisting. Works pretty similarly. You can only get a single instance of this because...
The first spirit skill you use when entering the Shroud will recharge instantly.
It might be a little bit too broken if you could recharge.
Which also, depending on the one you do, is more boon uptime. Like, it's more quickness uptime. And more of whatever other boon, for that
all of your spirit skills instantly. But the first spirit skill that you use...
I think if you use this in Wanderlust and then Wanderlust again, that's 600 CC.
When entering Ritualist Shroud, will recharge immediately. So we can see here, go in, spawn Anguish, that's going to do its thing, then that's going to recharge immediately, so I can use Anguish again, it's going to trigger that Rupture Anguish, spawn a new Anguish, going to do its big burst again, and that's kind of an opportunity to get a burst of damage, or a burst of CC if we want to use it with Wanderlust, or again, a burst of healing, using it with Preservation. You basically get to choose, at the moment that you enter Shroud, you know that you can get a burst of one of these three spirits, do it twice. Preservation, pretty good option, because that's going to be triggering Rupture Preservation, giving that stab, resistance, Aegis, and if you have enough life force, maybe it'll be still around the next time this skill becomes available. So some pretty powerful stuff that you can do with Soul Twisting. Get some healing, do it again, get some boons. Pretty strong stuff. And I mean, this trait's a lot of fun. Lingering Spirits is a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun traits, a lot of fun interactions, a lot of fun Guild Wars callbacks, but obviously it's not going to be exactly the same, but it is heavily inspired by. I think we're pretty excited about it. Love to get players' hands on it. Let us know what you like. Let us know what you don't like. And that's the Ritualist. I'll do one last hover of all the skills here, and then we're going to wrap up the stream for today.
All right, what time?
Any thoughts, Taylor? On the
yeah,
Ritualist?
I think just another disclaimer that the numbers you guys see as we hover everything are still in flux. We're actively tweaking them. A lot of the initial things we put are very, very much vibe based. Before the beta, going to go back through and make sure things are closer to how we want them. Obviously, use the beta for fine tuning things. So some numbers might seem pretty crazy. Maybe they're not crazy. But just keep that in mind as you're looking at the value for things. But largely, the functionality of the tooltips should be correct.
Bone minions. That's not a Ritualist skill. Maybe it will be for a number of the people in the chat. I love playing Minion Necro because all the minions get the Arena Guild Tag when they follow you around, so, maybe Ritualist is the Necro spec for me.
Yep.
Open of Warding, Sinray's Weapon, and I guess we should show off the Shroud skills one last time. Essence Blast, of course granting me might because I have the Spike trait line equipped. Spirit of Anguish.
Mm-hmm.
Spirit of Wanderlust is not elite finisher. Don't believe the skill fact here. Spirit of Preservation. And last but not least, that's Summon Spirits. All right, that one didn't have quite enough time. There we go. Plenty of time. Watch the VOD. Get your screenshots.
Pause here. Let's see, quick pause here. Arceus says, what's your opinion of the fact that it seems like due to the Shroud mechanic, you cannot really play Spirits and weapon buffs or minions? Spirits go poof when exiting Shroud, no utility skills in Shroud, without Grandmaster trait. The whole spec feels like it should have been Scourge like Pseudo Shroud, as in Life Force's mana bar, and Spirits draining that mana bar. You're not wrong. I will say the weapon skills all have sizable cooldowns. None of the weapon skills, I don't think, had really short cooldowns. Maybe like the DPS ones, like Splinter. But most of the ones that had like Giga utility had longer cooldowns. So the fact that you could like be playing most of the time in Shroud and occasionally drop it to do one of those is a thing. My first thought is actually if you want to do support Ritualist, do you need staff? Because the new staff rework with Transfusion. And if so, how do you juggle? Like, Staff 2 is like a 4-second cooldown. So how do you juggle how much time you spend in Staff versus how much time you spend with Spirits? You know? And it's like, you have access to Staff in your utilities, or you have access to Spirits, and that's not even talking about, like, weapon swap. And it's just like, okay, trying to figure out like how much time you should spend in each one for maximum effectiveness. But yeah, if you're using, Staff to like get, for example, Staff 5 is a source of stability. It's one of them. If you're like using that, then you're gonna pop your summons. And also just the rupture mechanic. To keep boons on people, it seems like you're gonna have to rupture your spirits and resummon them from time to time. So you're never going to have your spirits out like 100% of the time, I don't think, from looking at this. So it's certainly not what it was. It's certainly a bit different, but definitely want to get my hands on it and try it out and see how it feels.
I think that's all we have to cover here today. So let's go back to this screen over here, so you can all see Taylor's beautiful face in a much larger size.
Yay.
Yep, as Taylor mentioned, a lot of stuff. Obviously not final. Getting ready for the beta. We'll just say this all again because it is important. We're going to be doing a lot of iteration based off of the beta feedback. So if things are not exactly perfect for the beta, we're not surprised. So hopefully you guys aren't super surprised either. Next week we'll be back with 3 more elite specs. They might all be for the Revenant profession.
They're going to be big.
There's 3 Revenant elite specs left, I think.
I will say
the Evoker, the Nuclear, Split the Atom Engineer, and Revenant channeling transformed Angry Drubert.
I haven't seen anyone correctly guess Revenant, so you guys need to keep churning those out until next week.
Obviously, we have the Revenant, the Engineer, and the Elementalist. Really exciting stuff coming next week. I mean, we just showed a bunch of exciting stuff. We showed a bunch of exciting stuff last week. The excitement doesn't end until the beta begins, at which point the excitement keeps going again. So, any final thoughts, Taylor?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of good feedback from the things we showed last week. Hoping to see same level of feedback on the things we showed this week. Really happy to see all the conversation that's going on. As mentioned before, the forums and,
Why is Ritualist power DPS if Ritual gear is conditioned gear? That is a great question.
Other forms of social media is a great place to have conversations. We're always watching, taking feedback from you guys, and noting it down. I think even like pre-beta, seeing the things we can do, tweak it a little bit, so when it goes in, you guys have the best things to play with.
And I love seeing the script versions of the elite spec profiles. So, looking forward to the rest of them.
Yeah, excited to see the script version of the Antiquary.
Yeah. What would it even be?
It would be a rat in an Indiana Jones costume that summons a bunch of Lord Farrons, and the Lord Farrons dig things up and throw stuff to them.
Is it a script with a script sidekick, or is it a script with a...
So when you use Script Snatch, it just throws like a naked Lord Farron, like the jungle Lord Farron, where he's in like the Speedo. It just throws that at the enemy. And the enemy just screams and like it's like, here, have my wallet.
Human sidekick? Nobody knows. I just refresh. I constantly F5 looking for the Antiquary script version, and I don't see it. Anyway, thanks everyone for coming out, seeing the glorious stream in 1080p with sensible microphone levels and all that stuff. Maybe next week we'll see Roy. He hasn't confirmed yet, but we'll just keep harassing him until he says absolutely. So hopefully we will see Roy here on the stream next week. But otherwise, we are going to wrap up and call it, and we will of course see you all in the mists.
Yay. Thanks for watching. Okay, so really quickly, my thoughts on Ritualist. I absolutely want to try it. Again, they've got some cool traits. They got some cool utilities. The spirits are pretty good. If I had had my way, you know, if I'm like wishing upon a star here, it just would have been like F2, F3, F4, summon the spirits, and you didn't have to be in Shroud for them. Because right now, the biggest thing I foresee is like trying to juggle. I can only use my short cooldown staff skills when I'm in staff, and I can only do ritualist things when I'm in Shroud, and I can't access the ritualist weapon skills while I'm in Shroud. So it's just like you're constantly locked out of something, and I nailed my microphone there. And I feel like that's going to be the juggle, is figuring out, because you're constantly locked out of something, and you have to make those choices constantly. I'm looking forward to trying it. It looks fun, and there's some really juicy buttons in there. Want to see how it goes. Okay, so it was requested by quite a few people that I do a get to the point for these videos, because this is like 2 hours long, and I am going to attempt to do that now. I don't want to put out 2 videos. I feel like that's a little bit too much. Teapot would say slop content. Too many videos on the same thing. I don't want to make 2 videos on this, as some people enjoy the long form stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a timestamp in the video, because this is going up on YouTube later. I'm going to have a timestamp in the video for this moment, where I am then going to do my best to give people just a quick go over of what we're getting. Hold on. Hi. What's up? Chip just came in. He tried to meow at me, but he apparently has lost his voice because he just kind of croaked at me. Okay, here goes. So, starting it off, the Antiquarian. For those who didn't want to watch the video and just want the TLDR, it actually looks pretty solid. It looks like it's going to be fun. However, it also looks like an episode of Looney Tunes. I think that if they had made the exact same character, but they had made it to where it would do something maybe with a deck of cards or dice, and it was more of that gambler theme that we all thought it originally was when we saw that the logo was a deck of cards, or 3 cards to be precise. I think it would make more sense lore-wise. I think lore-wise it makes like 0 sense right now, but it looks like it will be a very fun and pretty effective thing in the game. The way it works is your F1 button is called Scrit Snatch, previously named Pilfer. It will steal something from an enemy, and you will get 2 buttons. Your F2 and F3 will light up. There are 8 options of what can be there. You hit one of them, and it will use both of them up. Like, you hit one, and it's like the other is discarded, so you make a choice. There are traits that affect this. There is, for example, a trait where the F2 is always an offensive option and the F3 is always a defensive option. There's a trait where there's 3 buttons, so F2, F3, F4, so you have 1 choice out of 3 things, and things like that. So there's variables here. In total, there are 8 different things you can dig up. One is the guitar that does like, doom, 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 and it does 4 shockwaves, and they do a bunch of confusion, and then you slam the guitar, and then it does like an explosion of damage. One is a turret you put up, and it just does a bunch of shots. One is the giant hammer from the Exalteds in Auric Basin. That one actually does a little bit of damage, but a ton of healing when you slam it down. It does an explosion of healing magic. So, and a couple of them are movement skills. Like, one is those surfboard things from Path of Fire, where you get on the surfboard and ride, but you're dropping bombs behind you. Again, the whole thing looks very Looney Tunes-ish. Looks fun, but effective. So, you're constantly pilfering. Your F2 and F3 or F4, if you chose that trait, will light up, and you'll use these different things like crazy. The backfire system. All of the skills down here at the bottom for the Antiquarian have a backfire system. Basically, you hit the button once, does a thing. If you hit it again, it will go again, and there's a chance of it just doing the thing again. But the chance of it doing the thing versus backfiring is based off how much time is left on the cooldown. So I believe if it's like a 10-second cooldown and it was halfway cooled down, there's a 50% chance of backfire. If it only had 1 second left on the cooldown, there's a 90% chance it'll work successfully and a 10% chance of backfire. So you could potentially use it and it works successfully, use it and it works successfully, use it, but the more times you do it, the less the odds of that happening. Now, if it backfires, something will happen. The healing skill is the only one that's a bit nice, because they don't want your healing skill to blow up in your face. Basically, it's like you take a sip from a healing potion, and if you backfire, you're like, oh, like those old infomercials where they drop everything all over themselves, you spill healing juice all over yourself, and it's a much larger heal, but it doubles the cooldown. So the cooldown gets larger if you spill the healing potion, and you also, I think you get some Conti Cleanser Initiative or something. The other skills, there's 4 other utility skills here. One is a teleport, but if you use the teleport and you use it again and it backfires, you fall on your butt, so you stun yourself right in the enemy's face. One was a Jade Sphere, where you shield yourself from damage, but if you backfire it, you do like 10,000 damage to yourself. One was a Mortar, and the Mortar does a bunch of condition damage, but if you backfire it, a Scrit is summoned. The Scrit fires the Mortar, but if it backfires, the Mortar blows up in the Scrit's hands. So I guess the Antiquarians are going to be killing tons of Scrit. And it, instead of doing damage to the target, it does damage around the Scrit, and it can hurt you. But you get you see a big red ring expanding, so you could just like step to the side, and it's really easy to walk out of. But like that skill, it doesn't add to the cooldown when it backfires. So you're probably gonna just mash that every time it lights up, whether it's backfiring or not, and just move out of red circles when necessary for maximum damage. And the elite skill is a ton of Scrit start digging up artifacts around you. It's like a whole rave of them, and you basically get an artifact every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. So basically, you're just like, you get the artifacts, you make a choice. You get the artifacts, you make a choice. You get the artifacts, you make a choice. However, the backfire for this one is built in, and occasionally one of the choices will be a bomb. And if you click the bomb, it blows up in your hand. Again, Looney Tunes. And you're like, oh, guitar, oh, hammer, oh, bomb, oh no. And then, your hair stands on end, you look all charred and stuff like that. You take like 10,000 damage. So again, high risk, high reward, silliness. I think it should have had a different coat of paint on it. The fact that you're digging up dwarven cannons and auric hammers and chalk egg sacks and all this stuff, like all over no matter where you are on the planet, sounds ludicrous to me. Like, again, lore-wise, feels like they gave up on this one. But mechanics-wise, it looks like it could be fun. We'll see what happens. That is basically Antiquarian. So, also, if you want to see all the, well, I'll have a timestamp, but all of the Antiquarian skills tooltips are shown at the 45-minute marker. Next up, Paragon. Paragon was shown at 1 hour and 6 minutes. Paragon is right here. The Paragon, basically, you have got your F1 is your weapon burst skill, and then F2, F3, and F4. All of these buttons use 1 pip of adrenaline. They are all 1 adrenaline bar users. If you're a warrior main, that makes sense. And it's essentially, anytime you use any burst skill, which is the weapon or these 3 chants, you gain motivation. There's a thing right here. It's like a shadowy little emblem with wings on it. It is very easy to see when it is lit up. It goes from yellow to orange to red, depending on what threshold you're at. And the art department did a good job. For example, in the past, I've been like, oh man, I don't think they did a good job with the catalyst little bar because it's really hard to see. This one, they did a good job. When this thing lights up, it's very easy to look down and see the information you need to see. So on it will be a number between 1 and 10. That's your motivation. So you use weapon skills, you generate adrenaline. You use adrenaline on any burst, you gain motivation. The F2, F3, and F4, after they've been activated, will persist over time and drain motivation while doing their effect to increase the effect. You cannot have multiple of these at a time. So if you use F2, then F3 really fast, the persisting effect will be the last one you did, which is the F3 in that example. Okay? So that's how motivation works. That is how these buttons works. All of these, you click them, and it immediately does a chant, I believe it's called. So an instant effect. Then there's a refrain, which is kind of like every 3 seconds for like 9 seconds or something, it keeps pulsing. So like one of them is like damage and boons, then more damage and boons, then more damage and boons. One of them is like barrier to the team instantly, and then healing, and then healing, and then healing. And there's different effects. But because you can only have 1 refrain going at a time, you would probably, just strive to do your energy management well enough to use F2 till it runs out, then F3 till it runs out, then F2, probably maybe like pick 1 or 2 to keep running all the time, or all of them if you're able to do that. But they, I believe F2 was Might and Fury, F3 was support like barrier and healing and Conti Cleanse, and I think F4 was swiftness and stability, I think. But there will be a link to all the tooltips if you want to see them. There is a trait for the Paragon to provide alacrity, so if you wanted to be an alacrity providing support, that will be an option. There's also these skills down here are called commands. When you use the commands, they will do an immediate effect, and then 3 seconds later, they'll do an echo. The echo is a secondary effect. However, if you use a burst skill, it instantly triggers the echo. So if you hit command burst, like, you hit like your 7 and then F2, it'll immediately do the secondary effect of the 7. I'm going to be honest, to me, most of the command echo things, the echo, not a big deal. You can just wait, and it's not going to affect anything, except there was, I think, 2 of them where the echo, it would be really important to get that up when you wanted it. For example, the elite skill is you are unkillable for 3 seconds. But after those 3 seconds, your allies become unkillable for 2 seconds. So if you want to all be unkillable at the same time, you need to go elite burst. And then there would be like a 2-second window where you're all unkillable. So there's a couple of skills like that where you're going to want to, do the burst to make the thing usable, get the results of that like right away. The abilities, most of them are related to like CC or boons or debuffs and things like that. There's one called On Your Knees that raised a lot of eyebrows, but you get the idea. Mostly the support based. I think that we're going to possibly see like a lack heal staff Paragon, maybe a lack DPS Paragon. Paragon does have one trait that caught my eye, which is right here, this one right here, which is really powerful, but it's really powerful for support, but it's competing with the Grandmaster trait for alacrity. And so I don't think anyone's going to ever take this. I think this is going to be like Lingering Light for Druid, where no one's allowed to take it because you have to bring alacrity. So we'll see if they do anything changes about that. And then the middle Grandmaster trait was more like a greedy thing. Again, there will be a timestamp on the video that has the tooltips for literally everything if you want to read all of these. I'm trying to do a TLDR version right now. All right, the last thing we got is the Ritualist. Let's skim over that real quick for the people that want a TLDR. So the Ritualist is the new Necro thing. We have got your F1 is now Ritualist Shroud. F2, F3, and F4, you notice, are grayed out. Those detonate spirits. You've got Mesmer Shatters now. I don't know why, but that's what they got. So if you go into Shroud, your 1 is just an auto attack. It does more damage based on how many spirits you have on the field. Your 2, 3, and 4 each summon a spirit. 2 is damage, 3 is CC, 4 is support. Your 5 teleports you and all of your spirits to the target location. It's a shadow step. Okay, so that's for repositioning. If you leave Shroud, by default, it will immediately trigger your F2, F3, and F4 and shatter all of the spirits, and you'll get different boons and buffs and effects based on the spirit. You can, while in Shroud, like summon the Anguish spirit, which is the 2, then hit F2 to shatter it, and then, Rupture, and then hit 2 and summon the Anguish Spirit again. So really, these buttons are for when you're in Shroud and want to detonate them, and then summon them again. But if you are leaving Shroud, it will auto-detonate them unless you take a trait that makes it to where it doesn't do that. There is a trait, a Grandmaster trait called Lingering Spirits, where when you leave Shroud, the spirits will persist with you for a time outside of Shroud, allowing you time to try to build up your life force to get back into Shroud again. But there's a lot of depth to how the Lingering Spirits math and calculations work. I would encourage you to just watch that section if you want that. So the F2 one, again, the 2 one is Anguish, it's DPS. The 3 is Wanderlust, it's CC and a lot of debuffs. The 4 is Preservation, which is a lot of healing. All of them, after you summon them, and they have done their big flashy thing when they appear, they start auto-attacking. 3-second cooldown on auto attack, 2-second cooldown with a Grandmaster trait if you choose to take it, and they are just like slow guns. Very light damage, but there are ways of increasing it if you wish to do that. So that's how the spirits and the ruptures and stuff work. There are a few notable traits. One is every time they auto attack, they teleport to your side, so they can just be on the move with you if you're in a very mobile battle. There's others that they can persist outside of Shroud for a time, allowing you time to get back into Shroud. Things like that. The next thing, what was it? The weapon spells. The weapon spells are down here. There is some really cool stuff down here. The weapon spells are things like the heal was you cast a buff and it lasts. All of these abilities down here, I think all of them were like 5 seconds on you, 3 seconds on teammates, or a certain number of attacks buffed on you and then less buffed on teammates. So the healing one is you take 10% less damage and you heal every time you attack. But if you're below half health, it is 20% damage reduction and you heal for 50% more when you attack. And it affects your teammates, but it's to the same amount, but for a lesser duration. Oh, I'm sorry. I said when you attack. I think it's a heal per second. So slight correction there. The next one is Splinter. Splinter Weapon, which is from, a lot of these are from Guild Wars 1. Splinter Weapon is your next attack has an AoE component attached to it, and you use that, and then it also buffs targets around you. That includes minions. So if you use summon minions, like the Bone Horrors, and then you use Splinter Weapons, it affects them, and then they attack, and it does the Splinter Shotgun thing as well. So there might be some good synergy between summons and also the Ritualist itself. By the way, while I'm thinking about it, the Ritualist summons themselves are not targetable. They cannot receive boons. They cannot be affected by enemies. They are just an invulnerable thing. They do their thing, and that's it. If you're in PvP and a Ritualist is somehow pressuring you with spirits, when you just hit the Ritualist in the face, it will damage the Ritualist bar, increasing the speed that they get knocked out of the Ritualist form, because Ritualist Shroud is a true Shroud, not like the Guardian one, where it replaces their hit points, so any damage they take shortens the amount of time they can be in the Shroud at all. Some of the weapon, another weapon spell that was really good is there was one that would, was it the warding? I think it might be the warding weapon. Chat will correct me. There was one that was effectively Aegis by a new name. It was like block the next attack. And then it had like a 5-second duration and 3 stacks on you or 1 stack on teammates. So it was there was Aegis that can't be boon ripped. So very cool. So basically you've got an Aegis, and there is a trait that you can choose to take that makes it so your teammates get the same amount of buffs from weapon enchantments as you do. So instead of 3 blocks on you, 1 block on teammates, it can be 3 blocks for everyone if you decide to take that trait. The Grandmaster trait, which was also quite memorable, was a special new mechanic where if you use it, what it will do is put 1 buff on your team, 2 buffs on you. And what it does is if the next hit does more than 5% of your maximum life, you are healed for the difference. This will not protect you from death, but if you were at 100% health and you get knocked to 1, you snap back up to 95. So very good for when you're fighting the Veil Guardians, then they do the greens, and that huge explosion of damage hits. Now, again, this won't prevent downstate. So if you get knocked into downstate, the secondary heal doesn't hit you. So it's not rebound, but still quite nice. And then also after it is triggered, it does a smack back, and it hits the target that knocked you that low in the first place, and it punishes them for that. And then that hit also has life stealing. Also, going back to the thing that's like Aegis but not Aegis, it's a stun break, then you block hits, and then when the blocks are used up, then you get protection. So there's a few buttons that were like, wow, that's really cool. And they had cooldowns on the long side, but they did a lot, and it was really cool. And I'll have it shown, but at 1 hour, 37 minutes and 10 seconds is when they showed every single Ritualist tooltip back to back. So hopefully the people that didn't have the patience to watch the full thing have a kind of a rundown of what to expect. Again, if you want the nitty-gritty details, just watch the section that you care about. I'll have timestamps, and I think that is it. Looks pretty cool, honestly. Ritualist looks like a lot of fun. I'm most excited to try that. Antiquarian looks fun, but it also, to me, doesn't look like it belongs in the Guild Wars universe, and that's really just hanging over my head as a lore fan. It's like, I wish I had a different coat of paint. Like, they could literally make every skill do exactly what it does right now, but have it be like a deck of magical tarot cards or something, and it would make more sense. The Scriptmancer, yeah. And then the Paragon looks pretty cool, but it looks like it's a lot of energy management. Like, you're using weapon skills to generate adrenaline to trigger the pips, and then you use the pips for the burst, and then you use the burst for motivation, and then you use the motivation to buff the refrains of the chants. So it's just like you've got this assembly line, and it's just how well will it flow is really going to depend on how good it feels to play. But maybe put that warrior staff weapon, which is so good, to use with like a heal alack Paragon or something like that. Oh, I don't think I ever mentioned it. The the Ritualist had a trait that can provide quickness. I did forget to mention that. And it gives quickness based on when you summon spirits. So like when you enter Shroud and you summon all your spirits, it was 3 seconds of quickness per spirit, 9 seconds total. With concentration, that would be 18 seconds total. So as long as each time you go into Shroud, you do everything you need to do and then get out and then resummon them again before 18 seconds have passed, you got quickness covered. So yeah, there's Quick Ritualist, there's Alack Paragon, and I don't recall if Antiquarian had an essential boon. There's been such a flood of information, but you'll see, you'll see. Okay, I think that's it. Any questions, problems, thoughts, concerns, or tips and tricks or thoughts you have on Buildcraft? Love to see it. Put it in the comments section down below, and I will fight you there. Cut! All right, that's a wrap, chat. That is a wrap. Now, there's it's funny, on the last video, there was quite a few people, they were like, I want a quick version, and I was like, all right, I'll try to do like a TLDR at the end next time, so that's my attempt. I don't want to just make 2 videos. I feel like that would be a little too greedy, grubby fingers, you know, as a YouTuber, to make a video and then another video on the same exact freaking topic. So the timestamp is where I'll draw the line on that one. Okay, so really quickly here, hold on. I'm just going to start this cutting up right now because this is going to probably take like an hour to process. So hang on a sec.
Hold on.
Nope, that's not it. Yep.
The end of this video that I
Hold on, I just gotta find the thing.
to summarize it. But honestly, if you since speed increases. All right, hello, Guild2 gamers. Welcome back
Perfect.
to the show. I'm your
Okay, and right here.
down below, and I will fight you there.
All right, there we go. Beautiful. Yeah, 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. All right, so Guild2 news 8/1/25. Oh my God, it's August. I still got to do the July Q&A. Ah. All right, so that is going to take a long time for Twitch to process. So we're gonna leave that going. The YouTube farmer just had some clickbaity thumbnail. I think the ultimate clickbaity thumbnail is that one of me going like, you know, the very like Soy Jack. Are we playing Guild Wars 2 and not BG3 romancing Evilus into Dystarian? Wait, what? Dude, I have cleared BG3 3 times, and I beat it on honor mode. It's done. I'm done with BG3. Wonderful game. I'm burned out on it. Done with that. Very useful when you fall off a cliff and forget your glider. I don't know about that. If the script were reaching into the Mystic Forge for the random items, it would work flavor-wise. I think if it was like a deck of magical tarot cards or dice, or if you had a thing that was called like Bag of Loot, and it was just literally supposed to be like a bag of stuff that you've stolen over the years that you're reaching into. But the idea that at any time you can have a rat pickpocket the enemy, like why is the rat pickpocketing the enemy? It's like sometimes it's digging up artifacts out of the ground, sometimes it's taking it from the enemy. And also an antiquarian would care about like the preservation of these things. But he's like, oh cool, auric hammer, bonk, breaks it over the enemy's head immediately. And it's just like, okay, are you an antiquary or not? Like, he's just breaking all this stuff. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. One was stolen, it belongs in someone's spleen. That's funny. That is funny. It belongs in the spleen. You can upload a long version as an unlisted video and provide the link in a pinned command in the shorter video. I could, but dude, we've been cranking out so many Guild Wars 2 news videos this week. I really don't want to have editing to do all day tomorrow making a short version of this. Feels like they threw too many things off. I think it's totally okay to have a class based on chaotic randomness. I don't think it's okay, like from a lore nerd perspective, to say that at any moment he can bend over and dig up a Greer mortar, a Dwarven mortar, exalted hammer, a chalk shield. What else was there? Any of this crazy stuff. Oh, there was an Inquest teleporter. Like he's just finding all of this, you know, in the dirt, half an inch down. Antiquarian feels like a few interpretation of theft jammed together without coherency. I'll be honest though, I'm looking forward to Antiquarian because it's wacky. Yeah, truly, I hope people enjoy it. I'm just saying, like, if I were in charge for some insane reason, one, I would buff Ranger because you know it's the only class that's underpowered, and then two, I would give a different coat of paint to Antiquarian. But I would change. I would make all the skills do exactly what they do now. I wouldn't change any of the skills, just a different coat of paint. Okay, I need to unpause the alert feed, as I had it paused earlier. And thank you to the people who
It's been over
subbed
a year
and
since
used
I
primes and stuff
subbed.
like that.
I'm
Huge
sorry
help.
for your loss.
I'm sorry for my loss. Okay, I think he's talking about for the year thing. I did have someone pass away recently, so I was like, wait, what? So I got a stun lock there for a second. What you're saying is that if you were in charge, Antiquary would be boring. That's right,
3
Ogre.
years.
That's right.
Crazy times.
You know what? While we're at it,
love
I would
Mukluk
change the
bubble.
name of Thief to be Spy or Rogue or something. They should not be just famous for being 7-11, misdemeanors. But luckily for Thief mains, I'm not in charge. I'm still suffering from burnout, and Thief is actually something that feels like it would get me enjoying the game again. Oh, good. Mechanically, Antiquarian feels coherent flavor-wise, though. Yeah, flavor-wise, it's like, what the heck? Did you guys see? Hold on a sec. I showed it recently. Where is it? There was this art on the Reddit, which is like the Ritualist is me and the boys. The Paragon is just screaming, and the Antiquary is just random bullshit go. And it's like, yeah. So yeah, if any of you play Antiquary, if you can pull off a Moon Knight cosplay, that would be great. That would be perfect. All right, close this out here. Okay. Let's see. Drink of water. The Antiquary slander has been glorious. No, I'm trying to be nice about it, and really, just bottom line is, I just don't like the coat of paint. That's it. How it operates, how it functions is fine. But if all the names and spell graphics and stuff like that were different, I think it would be more fun. Let's see. Okay. All right. Random Bolster go. Yeah. Okay. Well, that is processing. That is going to take 10,000 years. The Scrit Snatch should just be the Scrit stealing... wait, what now? Stealing artifacts from Zomoros or the deck of magical cards, and we need to be loud about how stupid it fits lore-wise because it's really gross. Yeah. Mike, are you going to play Total War Warhammer again? I was playing it today. Are you going to play Total War Warhammer again? And if so, is it Crav Nation? Oh, the other thing, yeah. Antiquary is a stain in Guild Wars 2. Mindless stupid spec. That's the first thing you're going to say in my chat? Oh my god, you just came here to complain. I do hope it's interesting. I do find it interesting that one category that makes the Guild Wars 2 rat race doesn't like the rat spec. Well, it's... Again, it's basically just murdering lots of rats, right? Because you're overloading the mortars, you're backfiring the mortars or whatever, and just killing rats constantly. So I don't know about that. If I have to wind the Windbow for Gale Shot skills and not be Kudzu, will be annoyed. Yeah, new Warhammer 3 DLC is gonna be hype. Yeah, I watched an interesting video about Warhammer 3's sales per year has gone down, and so Sega has basically told Games Workshop, okay, you guys can't be trusted to do this on your own anymore, we're taking over. Because apparently Sega, their games are doing great, and they're like, all right, Games Workshop, or Creative Assembly, I guess, they're like, you guys, we're gonna let you do whatever you want as long as it turns out good sales. And okay, and after a few years of bad sales, Sega's like, all right, y'all suck, move over. And so now they're going to, Sega's starting to step in. And maybe we're I'm pretty happy with how it's been going, but apparently their sales have not been good. So apparently they're gonna make even better stuff now. So it's a win-win for me. Time to main Ritualist, get max weapon spell benefits, and hug my nearest Gale Shot BFF. There you go. They shot themselves in the foot after a really bad decision. I'm not even caught up on that. I don't know what Creative Assembly's been doing. I'm just gonna say that I've been having a lot of fun. 1,000 hours in a year. I've been having a lot of fun with Total War. But I don't know what they're doing with the sales and stuff like that. Sega added Yakuza DLC to Warhammer. Okay. All right. We can continue the Guild Wars 2 talk chat, but as it says in the stream title, I am going to be swapping over now to our new evening game, or not our new evening game, the evening game we've been playing, which is Diplomacy is Not an Option, which has been a wild ride. This started off as a game where you build a fort and defend against peasants revolting, but then we got the choice to either continue fighting for the king or join the resistance, and we joined the resistance, which then forked the storyline, and now we're fighting against the king, and then we started getting attacked by undead, and then we had the option to let the undead infect the leader, like my character, and then you could join the undead or stay as the resistance. So I think there's like all these branching campaigns, and I was like, oh, I gotta try the undead. So now like I started off and I like had a fort and I was mining stone and I was like gathering berry bushes and I was like chopping trees, and now I'm just like it's like Zerg. I'm just like swarms of undead. We can't build anything anymore. So it has been quite the thing. And like now our walls is just 2,000 dudes in a line. It's just wall of meat, which in some restaurants you have to pay extra for. I'm not ready to spend more money. I assume it's not an option. The Dervish is a crossover class from Warhammer 40k. Dervish Mechanicus. What? Uses technology to chant wind and earth prayers. You're so full of crap. Don't forget the rock band. The rock band was noticeable. Yeah. All right. We are back, and diplomacy is not an option. We just finished watching some Guild Wars 2 news, and let's see, how much time do we have till the next attack? We have 1 minute till the next attack. Okay. So, is there anything else we can make that would be helpful? Let's have these guys come crawling over here. Let's have more of these dudes spawn. Let's see. What was that one build? This one. Alright, make more of these. And what else we got? These guys... wasn't I going to... Oh, that's right, this guy here. I was using this guy to make mines. Let's see. So this thing, you can turn into a guy, and he can move around. It's kind of like you require additional pylons, basically. And then we can put landmines down there. And what was this button? B? And then pull him back here. So these guys have a lot of features from other classes, races, whatever, that we have seen in like StarCraft and stuff like that. Let's see. You know what? Let's just... Can I? I wonder if we can keep this alive. Alright, how many zombies do we have right now? 99. We can do better. 99 is great, but we can do better. I want to try to keep this building alive if I'm able. Widen the formation. Here comes the music. Okay, here we go. Oh, also chat, Loranity would love this game. On this level, we're fighting crabs. So now there's a running joke with our viewers lately that the next race we're going to play is crabs. Because we went from King fighting the Resistance to playing the Resistance to the Resistance fighting the Undead to playing the Undead. Now we're the Undead fighting crabs. Maybe next we play crabs. I don't know.
Our troops are under attack.
Turn off recycle.
Our troops are under attack.
Not good. I did not make a very good wall.
Our units are in combat.
Now we gotta chase them.
Our troops are under attack.
We might have to reload to make the wall better. I don't know how this is gonna go.
Our troops are under attack.
Oh boy. That is not you. Yeah, that's no good. Oh my god. And chat, this is, I'm ashamed to say, for those seeing this for the first time, I'm playing on easy difficulty. This game has a lot of reviews on Steam that say, yeah, this is really fun, but I'm on the lowest difficulty setting and I can't beat it. Alright, so let's come back here and... Nope, no, too much. Let's do that. And get these guys out here. And Zombos up here. And we've got one hero unit, which is this guy, and he constantly turns corpses into zombies. So we want him to basically, you know, build a wall. Okay. Hey, is it bedtime? All right, hold on. I gotta tell the boy goodnight when this ticks down. Be just a sec. Okay, he's off. Alright, bye-bye. Alright, and do that there. And more of these. Okay. Mike, now that we've been seeing the showcase for Ritualist, how well do you think it would work with Minion Master? The problem with Minion Master is it takes up utility slots. And the Ritualist utility slot buttons are really freaking good. So it's going to be tough to choose. Do you add a minion down there? Or do you add another Ritualist button down there? Alright, could sacrifice that for bones? Don't really need to.
Enemy
Probably just let that go as long as possible. Alright, here we go. Take 2. Alright, I'm gonna crank up the speed till they get closer. Let's see, where's the catapult force? A lot of them hitting landmines I built earlier. Alright, here we go.
Our fortifications are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
Dude, they are still getting through.
Our units are in combat.
Oh my god. This is rough, buddies.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Like, these things just do so much damage. Huh.
They are attacking again.
How to handle this problem?
The city is under attack.
Okay, I mean, if we can, even if we lose some buildings, if we can live, that's something. Hold on, let's...
They are attacking our buildings.
Okay, I think we can manage with this. Okay, so now let's take all the zombies and recycle them. And this, oh shoot, okay, hold on a sec. Take these. Okay, this thing we need to turn into a building. And this guy here. I've been watching on and off. The undead build walls. They don't know. My walls are just walls of dudes standing in a line. Alright, let's take this and turn that back on. Okay, so we lost quite a few things there. Where was the thing that makes the catapult, guys? Right there. Oh, need more zombies for that, and I just killed them all. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let's head over here. Let's have one of... Where's the buildy dudes? I need one of these. I gotta build on that man event again. Alright, we've got to get in position to start creeping. The goal of this mission is to get over here and build a boat. And withstand the attacks until the boat is built. Okay. And...
Our troops are under attack.
Was the... Tradescaster. Alright, that's the thing that generates mana. Could have done it there too, I guess? I don't know. I don't know what would be easier.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright, and... do that. Keep a bunch of these.
Our units are in combat.
Is that an Emperor? Oh, that is an Emperor Crab. The Emperor Crabs are like little bosses. What is that? Crab Abode. That might be like a spawner. let's do that, and these are landmines.
Our troops are under attack.
More of those coming.
Our troops are under
Bring
attack.
these over. Okay, so I could start building the boat thing now. The hard part's just going to be keeping it alive, but I don't think that's ever going to change, so I might as well go ahead and start it. Pause. So, my lord, you've built the shipyard. Not bad, now make sure they don't damage it. The game designer asked me to warn you, when crabs attack, they certainly won't miss the shipyard. We don't want all these bones to go to waste, do we? From now on, my lord, you've got to defend both, the citadel and the shipyard. That is going to suck. That is going to suck a lot. Okay. What can we do here? Hold on. Is one of those big guys about to die? We do not want to lose the big guy.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright. Scout tower there. Let them heal up for a second. They heal when they're out of combat. Do you think the visual effects of the new Elite spec are final? Sincerely hope they're not. Looking really underwhelming. They've already said that they're not. Well, they've said that a lot of the features of the specs are not final, but I don't know like what is final and what's not. So it's completely possible some visual effects could be changed. Let's see. Ziggurats all max. I think so. Especially numbers? Yeah, especially numbers. Okay, pause. What else can we do here? Obelisk, we already have that. Thing that can't exist, Nightmare General, Grim Pilgrim. Oh, I see the problem. When we got attacked, we lost a lot of the barrows. The barrows were pumping out zombies, which is used for making other things, and we lost all of those. Do you have a referral link for Riftbreaker? Exclamation Nexus in the chat pulls up my my referral code on the Nexus store, and there's a lot of Steam games, including Riftbreaker, on that store. And if you buy anything there, it does support this channel at the same time. And I thank you for it. Four minutes till the next attack. That is really soon. That is really freaking soon.
Our units are in combat. Our troops are under attack. Troops are under attack.
Okay, let's make more of these guys. Alright, where is... Okay, so the enemies spawn from right here.
Our units are in combat.
So these are all mines. See what we can do over here. So far, Mug, out of all 6 spec reviews, you, so far, you liking how Necro is looking the most? Hold on, I have to think about it for a second. Okay, so Bard, no. What was the other stuff? Wait, Gale Shot, no. What was the other one? Okay, so for week 1, I think Luminary looked the coolest of the 3. For this one, I'd say I thought Rit looked the coolest of the 3. That's my votes. Okay, so you guys, let's have, there's 5 of them, so let them go back here. Only 47, so I am worried about this one. We do not have a lot of time here. Do I have any zombies, like, stocked up at the moment? 143. Bring them over here. Turn off auto recycle. And those bombs can hurt my... Like, if the enemy triggers the explosion, and then I'm close enough to it, it can hurt me too. So I have to be careful of that. Alright, quick save. I don't feel good about this. They're gonna be right in my freaking face.
Our fortifications are under attack.
And it looks like some of them are gonna try to go around too. Alright, so... What if...
Our troops are under attack. Our fortifications
Yeah, even my big tough guys are getting run over. I've left you for 1 second and look at what you've done. How did you manage to let this happen, my lord? I'd understand if it was your first mission, but we've even passed the middle of the walkthrough. Right, listen, I haven't kept track of the last time you made a save, but maybe you should load an earlier one. It's not like we die farming this enormous amount of bones to build a new ship. Oh, I didn't even realize they've already killed the shipyard. Damn. Okay. Alright, yeah, let's go back to a second ago. Let's go back to a minute ago. God, these attacks. Might have to go back to, like, just making... Hang on. That is so much mana. Why are my guys walking forward right now? What the hell? And the catapults are running to the front for some reason. I don't know what's happening.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright, come on. The next summon should be a stupid amount of zombies because of those meteors. Come on.
Our troops are under attack.
Okay. What is the answer? Alright, so I will not generate as much mana as I just used before the next attack comes. So what is the answer? Lots more catapult thingies? Lots more of these siege things?
Anonymous bought the Rift Breaker from.
Yo, thank you, Anonymous. Appreciate that. Oh, man. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I've got... Ghouls are cheap and numerous. Hang on. Dreadful ghouls.
Our units are in combat. Our troops are under attack.
Alright, so... that
They
wave.
are attacking again.
Alright, so these guys need to stall for time. You guys get over here.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright, so pumping out a bunch of dreadful ghouls. Let's see how that goes. Actually, you know, I'm running everyone over there. I think I could just... Okay, that took care of everything except Emperor Crab. Still gonna have to bring everyone back for that one. You, come here.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright, what else? More katas. More of those. What was the other tier 1 unit? Not Barrow. What was the other thing? Drake of Doom. Does the Drake of Doom require zombies to produce it? We're gonna find out in a second. A lot of the bigger units, you turn the zombies into the bigger units, so they are like a resource.
Our troops are under attack.
Wait, hold up. What was that? Does this thing play music? Yeah, it plays like rock when you click on the docks. The rock docks. Okay, no, these are only energy. And that thing. Alright. Zombies, go recycle. I have 449 zombies. Go turn those into bones. Alright. Recycling zombies, making more crappy dudes. Just try to buy time. Where's the dude that turns into buildings? You. Come here. We need more mines. The moment we leave this continent is getting closer, my lord. You're halfway to success. If you and I were in a match 3 game, you'd be getting some currency right now. Some spectacular special effects to keep you involved. But we're in the hardcore strategy game about survival construction, so my lord, survive and construct. 3,000 bones for this. Fourth wall breaking is hilarious. It didn't start happening until we got to the undead faction. The other factions didn't do that much. Okay, back here. I wish I could say, like, move over here, then transform, but it doesn't let me do that with shift commands. It's slightly annoying. Alright, Alright, the main thing is we just want to funnel them here. If I can get them into a small funnel, I can handle any number of them with infinite zombie spam. But I need to make sure that if any start going around, those get addressed. And we also need more bones. So that we can do the upgrades at the docks. Because the longer it takes me to do the dock upgrades, the longer this mission's gonna take. Why is Mark playing the undead guys? Last stream I saw them was turning up and asking Mark to come find Ozzy. We found Ozzy and he offered to make me undead and I said yes. That's basically it. That's the whole story. I was like, oh yeah, let's do it. Also, I have zero regrets. We've had 3 rock concerts so far, because apparently the undead play rock. Shakes them to the bone. Let's make another save file, because this is pretty freaking crazy. Alright, so 4,000 bones to the next upgrade, which is one of the last 2. These are barrows, these just make zombies over time. The way to fix Antiquarian is just have a Scrit Hoarder pull something random out of his pack. Was Mug's mic temporarily muted for anyone else? Hope not. I didn't do that on my own. "55 seconds remaining." Alright, so for now, we turn off auto-recycle for zombies, and then we'll recycle if we get through this. So once again, for the new bloods, when we summon zombies in any fashion, we can turn them into higher tier undead, or we can keep them as they are, or recycle them to gain bones. And bones are what we need to finish constructing this ship. Thousands of them.
You like that they play rock music? So you would say you are a Grateful Dead?
Enemy forces are approaching.
Alright, so we're at 70 mana. I think we went from 50 to 70 while waiting on that.
Our troops are under attack. Our units are in combat.
Alright, so, question 1 is, have we built a successful wall to deal with this? Question 2
Troops are under attack.
is, what about this side stuff trickling over here? That is the next concern.
Our troops are under attack.
We'll see.
Our units are in combat. Our troops are under attack.
I need him to do another zombie summon right here to
Our
get all of
units are in
this.
combat.
It just went on cooldown, why didn't it work?
Our troops are under attack.
You need to invest in dudes, but not the biggest dudes, the normal tiny dudes. Yo, I just lost, like, hundreds of those, my guy. Like, a ton of them. Like, here's a bunch of the normal tiny dudes. 30 of them fighting 2 crabs right now. The thing is I feel like I need splash damage. And the only things I have with splash damage are these slow catapult guys and the big cleavy guys. Nothing else here has splash damage.
Our troops are under attack.
Can't even see that doing anything. Oh,
Our
man.
troops are
Okay.
under attack.
Alright. Let's go back. Let's see. Watch the ship. Bird. My entire army's over there. Not much more I could do there.
Our troops are under attack.
Wait, what? That's not the right thing. Hang on. That wasn't the right save file. Okay. Pause. This is 2 minutes before the attack. So, what unit types we've got? These guys. So we had lost like 90 of these before the attack hit. We lost most of those. So what do we got? There's the drakes, which don't require zombies to make. The Machine of Flesh, that's the catapult guys. Shepherd of Horrors is the decently strong melee combatant. That's like the middle tier one. Defensive buildings. This faction has no defensive buildings at all except the landmines. Grim Pilgrim is like a ranged attacker, but it's single target. Nightmare General is the big guys, and they cleave, so they do have AoE. Hold on, I want to check something. Can I make more than one of these? The limit of this type of building is very... Okay, so I can only have one mana generation building. I don't know. What if... Okay, hold on. This would be kind of silly here. Hold on, let's grab all of this. And do we have any zombies right now? I think I'm... No, because we're trying to get bones. Zombies are currently bones, so... Oh, wait, pause. Just go. All of you guys. Let's try just getting them right here at the entrance and see what we can do. Because if we can get, wait, whoa, where is friggin' Steve? There he is. Okay. If we can start getting, like, you know, the zombies piling up over here, like, right at the beginning, maybe meteor and then zombie summon, and that would make, like, 200 zombies. Also, hold on, where's the building that increases zombie cap? This is it. We need more of these. Not enough juice. Okay. Alright, we got stream of stuff coming down. Like, I don't mind if I lose, but I want to at least try to figure out what to go for the next time if I am gonna lose. Can I suggest something in case of resource? Yeah. Can you not make more catapult thingies? Each one requires more zombies, but also the zombies are needed to make bones, and bones are needed to finish the ship. And the longer we take with the ship, the harder the waves become. So I made this many catapults, and then I started making more ship parts, basically.
Units are in combat.
Alright, we have made a crappy wall.
Our troops are under attack.
Oh my god, that summon. That was a summon.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright, you come over here.
Our troops are under attack. Our units are in combat.
We are still leaking.
Our troops
Which
are
of those?
under
Hold
attack.
on. Dark Resurrection. Instantly turn fallen enemies into zombies. Without exceeding zombie pop cap. I haven't really used that a single time yet. Rush the harbor location, conquer that instead of disabling zones of fog of war. The thing is, at the harbor location had a bunch of Emperor crabs at the beginning, right? And I don't know if I can handle that at the beginning. So much crap. Alright, so the little cheap guys, we have like 200 of them over here, they're all dead. So I don't think massing those little cheapo guys are the answer, because they mass more and theirs are better.
Our troops are under attack.
Yeah, these guys right here are a big freaking problem. These guys, just 5,000 health.
Our troops are under attack.
Dude, honestly, the spot for this dock really sucks. It really sucks. Like, all the choke points are after that spot. So we have to hold them, like, right here. And mana, you generate, like, 5 mana per day.
Our troops are under
It takes
attack.
10 to drop a meteor. Justin, what'd y'all think of this Ritualist? Looks very fun. Also looks, like it doesn't fit any lore at all.
Our troops are under attack.
Where are the Dreadful... Okay, yeah, those are all dead. Oh, the Dreadful Ghouls... Hold on, 60 health. Okay, what's the most common crab? 50 health, 10 damage.
Our units are in combat. The city is under attack.
And we lose the dock again. Now, there's nothing stopping me from trying to, like, rebuild the harbor and stuff like that. The question becomes what to make the goal. Because I could just sell the harbor and pull back and then build up the perfect army, whatever that army is going to be, and then, you know, use that. And then push back out again. Actually, I can't sell the harbor. Steve-O spawns only zombies around him. That's why zombies amass in a specific spot, and you end up having links to the sides. You need to either funnel crabs or disperse zombies ASAP. Yeah. But the thing is, the zombies also die really, really fast. So I need... I need something else. Like, the zombies are constantly in a state of, like, you're getting summoned and dying, getting summoned and dying, getting summoned and dying. They're buying time. There's not really enough time to, like, move him around. Might need the mage dudes to make more zombies. They don't make more zombies. The mage dudes are just a ranged auto attacker for when I'm playing the faction. I'm assuming you're right to the new specs. Yep, that was like the last 3 hours. I'll put it on YouTube later, or you could just rewind the stream. Did the things that burrow make zombies? The things that burrow? No, they're just a melee unit. They can turn into like a tower, but the tower's just like vision range. It doesn't do attacks or anything. Hold on. I want them... Because the enemy... I want them to be able to like spawn camp. I want to see how that does. trying to just make as many things over here as we can. Did the thing, let's see, I don't understand enough about the game to visualize the winning condition. For this level, successfully finished construction of this boat. I need a lot more bones to do that. But we've changed from a human faction to the undead faction, which different strengths and weaknesses. But my inability to make like really thick walls right now is rough.
Enemy forces are approaching. Our troops are under attack.
Alright, so when the zombie thing's about to come up, I'm gonna try something.
Our units are in combat.
There. Alright, so so look at all those green health bars. See, they buy a little bit of time, but
Our troops are under attack.
so trying to hold the line over here on the left, and we lost the right, like, immediately. The laser.
Our units are in combat.
Oh, man. Like, yeah, I could do, like, this. But that's like 10 days worth of mana. And still they come. And we've lost all the big
They are
guys.
attacking our buildings.
Catapults do okay. They just have really slow attack speeds. The catapults, you know, range splash, that's fantastic. But we gotta find something to stand in front of them that doesn't freaking die so fast. I'm looking at the map layout, trying to see if there's anything else I could use here. There's 2 mana vents there and there that both get run over by the enemy. I can only use 1 mana vent at a time.
The city is under attack.
The only area where we sort of hold the line is from, like, non-stop zombie spam. Everywhere, and like, everywhere around that area that is not that area, we lose. Okay. Shoot. I should have made more save files on this one. Okay. Might have to start restart this mission. I don't see an out, and the only save I got there is 2 minutes before that big attack hits. I don't see an out for it. Alright. Alright, you go start killing stuff. And let's see. Ziggurats produce the dark energy. Get that going. And
Our troops are under attack.
Barrow up. Alright, so now when you know, these zombies are just heading straight into the recycler right now. What about just building many more zombie limit houses so you can have more bodies available in the Zerg? That might be helpful, yeah. Maybe I don't go for the dock at all until I have just like 10,000 bodies or something. I don't know.
They are attacking our buildings.
Alright, this guy will spawn and take care of this. Oh, wait, what are these guys doing? Okay, I didn't even see those. What's the upside to playing the undead? I didn't know the pros and cons when I chose it. It's just like, yo, do you want to become undead and take this Lich's deal? And I'm like, oh, hell yeah, that sounds fun. But way more units, way less. But you don't have to have workers mine stone or mine wood or anything like that. You just gather, like, dark energy over time. And you don't need workers for your buildings. You can simply just build, like you see I'm doing right now. You just, like, make selections and it just starts growing the buildings. So that's really good. Let's see. Rock concerts? Yeah, the rock concerts for sure. Yep.
Our troops are under attack.
Okay, I need another one of these over here to make more ziggurats. I'm guessing you don't need to bury the dead either. No, you actually... Everything you kill, you turn into zombies, and you can keep them to fight with them, upgrade them into higher tier units, or recycle them into bones, which is a resource. So see, these guys are running to the recycler right now.
Troops are under attack.
Alright, let's do that. That. Let's see. Need more energy. So at the beginning of the level, you're getting attacked by a whole bunch of shrimp. We're working on that right now.
The city is under attack.
Zombies, kill that, then go recycle.
Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack. Our units are in combat.
Let's see. Sarcophagus. Let's do that.
Our troops are under attack.
For ziggurats. Oh, I lost one of the soil defilers. Whoops. Okay, let's see. Troops. Drake of Doom or Dreadful Ghoul? Dreadful Ghoul was a little better than... Well, the Drake one only took energy. Pros and cons to both, honestly. Just make one of those for now.
Our troops are under attack.
You go help these guys. That guy's almost dead. So many freaking scampies.
They are attacking our buildings.
Yeah.
Our units are in combat.
Okay, you guys go take that out.
Our troops are under attack.
First attack is in 4 minutes, but this one's not bad at all.
troops are under attack. Our units are in combat.
Ah, I lost one. Need more somethings.
Our troops are under attack.
Okay, let's see. I need more energy to upgrade that. I need to get more building area. We can only build on tainted soil. I need these things to transform the soil.
Our fortifications are under attack. The city is under attack. Our troops are under attack.
Do really wish there was some kind of better defensive structure though, like for sure.
Our units are in combat. Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
You guys come over here, take that out. These remind me of Zerg from StarCraft. Yeah, you're not the first to say that. Or the undead from Warcraft 3.
Our units are in combat.
There.
Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
Yeah, we definitely need to get to tier 2. Let's see, Defilement Catcher. I can't make that right now. Dark Generator is going to be needed later. Right now, not so much.
Our troops are under attack.
Yeah, these little dudes I'm making right now are dying left and right, and these are like really weak enemies that we're clearing right now. And they're dying so fast. The dreadful ghouls. Like, the whole thing is like, I made a stupid number of enemies. Or sorry, I made a stupid number of units earlier, but the enemy made a stupid number of enemies. And it just feels like the only counter to that is I just need to make a stupid amount of units.
Our troops are under attack.
Need 400 of that.
Our units are in
Meh.
combat. Our troops are under attack.
15 seconds till the next attack comes.
Our troops are under attack.
I don't see it in second channel. Have you played Titan Quest? Before I was a streamer, yes. And I know a second one is coming out, and I'm looking forward to it.
Our units are in combat. Our troops are under attack. troops are under attack.
Need more dark generators.
They are attacking our buildings. The city is under attack. Our units are in combat.
Alright, first attack, pretty weak, not too bad.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright, start taking that stuff out.
Our units are in combat.
And next up, we need to increase the cap of defilement catchers. Where can we do this? We're already tight on space.
Our troops are under attack.
Crap. No, 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 no. Dude, get out of there. You're gonna get stuck.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright, and that lets us make more of these, which lets us expand again.
Our units are in combat. Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
There we go. Alright, more zigs. Upgrade. Upgrade. Let's clear all this
Our
out.
units are in combat.
Okay. Let's see. Octopath Traveler 3 too. Yeah, I never... Okay, so Octopath Traveler 2, I did a sponsored stream for. I really enjoyed it. Ended up playing the whole thing.
Troops are under attack.
And it wasn't a perfect game, but it was a very fun game. And I have Octopath Traveler 1, but I never got around to playing it. Because when I played Octopath Traveler 2, I didn't have great viewership. Like, my viewer count was much lower on that one. So I was nervous about playing another one. But I did enjoy Octopath 2. So I've got my eye on Octopath 3, and we'll see. What is this game about? This game is kind of a real-time strategy game, as you can see here. The storyline is honestly just silly. But it is about... You start out playing human, and then you can choose to be like for the king or for the resistance. And then later on, you can choose to join the undead, which I did, so now I'm playing an undead army. And, you're just trying to accomplish objectives, you know? It's a real-time strategy game. Right now, we're trying to get to the water and make a dock, but we're getting overrun with, we're fighting crabs. We're fighting sea creatures.
Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack. Our units are in combat. Our troops are under attack.
Okay, making a bunch more units. Praise Joko. We are kind of doing Praise Joko right now, yes.
Our units are in combat. Enemy forces are approaching.
Okay, need to get out of combat and
Our troops
then
are under attack.
fight the next group. Let's see. Theater of Shepherds. All right, last time I made one of these. Let's make way more than one this time.
Our units are in combat.
Let's see.
Our troops are under attack.
Vision Tower. Vision Tower.
Our units are in combat.
Need to hurry.
Our troops are under attack. Our units are in
Okay, we're
combat.
doing all right. All right, let's see. More of this.
Our troops are under attack.
Let's go and push forward there.
Our units are in combat.
Do I still have these shepherds? Yeah, I do. Okay.
Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
Let's see. This guy. Nope, nope, nope. Not close enough. Not close enough.
Our units are in combat. Our troops are under attack.
I'm gonna try to do the Factorio solution, which is if you don't have enough of something, double it. And I'm gonna try to stop being... Oh, if we're gonna call what I was doing last time frugal, I'm gonna try to stop being that.
Our units are in combat.
Higher... Oh, that requires tier 3. Whoops, okay. Can't do that right now.
Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
Let's see. Oh, hold on.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Fortifications, that's a strong word for what we've got.
Our units are in combat.
Alright, looking for anything we can upgrade.
Our troops are under attack.
Found our first Emperor Crab. The thing is, this thing has splash damage. So, it is going to, cleave through a lot of our dudes.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright. Tier 3 upgrade.
Our units are in combat. Our troops are under attack.
Any more dudes? Alright, yeah, I'm starting to gather shepherds, which are 200 hit points, up from the ghoul's 60.
Our units are in combat.
I need to disengage here and take out this area over here.
Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
Okay, now when I get 1,000 bones, I'll be able to
Enemy
upgrade that.
forces are approaching.
Not upgrade, but make that.
Our units are in combat.
Not enough to filement catchers. Can I upgrade these? I don't have enough. Alright, I'll have to come back to that.
Our troops are under attack.
You get closer.
Our troops are under attack.
We need to increase zombie caps.
Our troops are under attack.
Oh, go! Oh, no! They sneaking. They sneaking.
Our units are in combat. Our troops are under attack.
Rally the dudes, we rallying. Okay. Alright, and
Our troops
more
are under
shepherds.
attack.
And do I have any more? More of these.
Our troops are under attack.
Need more build space.
Our units are in combat.
Okay, there's a little
Our
bit.
troops are under
Just a
attack.
bit more. Let's see. You pick up that mana. You occasionally find mana crystals on the ground after killing enemies. They give you 2 mana. So I want to pick those up for later. Alright, dealing with that stuff. And where
troops
is
are under
more
attack.
defilers? Oh! There they are. Got a little bit of a clog over there.
Our units are in combat.
Oh god. Come on, you guys. Come on, really?
Our troops
Get
are
out
under
here.
attack.
Okay. Where is... Okay, I need... Have I already upgraded these? No, I need
Our
to do
troops
that.
are under attack.
These always cause traffic jams? Yeah, it's... This faction, you
Oh,
need like
units are
every
in
square inch of space. Alright, let's do...
troops are under attack.
Okay, so we got access. Oh, obelisk. Never even made it. Freaking obelisk. This is what gives me magic. What next? Do theater of machines for catapults.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright, more of these for expansions. Require additional pylons. Okay, need more... What? Hold on, pause. What do we need? We need more dark generators. Where is that? More space. Okay, hold on. Dark amplifier, generate 40% more dark energy in range. Alright, so if I do... Get rid of that. Make an amplifier there. And then...
Enemy
that thing
forces are
down.
approaching.
Okay. Let's come back here. Haven't actually made any of those yet. And amplifier.
Our units are in combat.
Generator.
Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
That's...
Our units are in combat.
I think we're doing okay
troops are
so
under attack.
far. Ran out of bones. So what's your goal for this attempt? I think I want to try winning this time. I'm gonna see if I can do that.
Our troops are under attack.
Big challenge, are you up for that goal? Yeah, right?
Our units are in combat. Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
Alright, so let's save this as 1. And I could start building the boat now, although no, because I shouldn't. I shouldn't, because I don't have the bone stockpile to upgrade it, so there's no point in building it right now. So we'll hold off on that for now.
Our troops are under attack.
And
Our troops are under attack. Our units are in combat.
okay.
Our troops are under attack.
All right, 4 minutes 43 seconds. There's still a pocket of passive, not passive, but like just creeps on the map over there to take out. Let's see, what else we got? Pause for a sec, checking if I have anything to upgrade. There's a few things. Oh, lots of ziggurats to upgrade still.
Our troops are under attack. Our units are in combat.
Alright, so this is an Emperor Crab, the toughest enemy out there. So you see all the health bars? He does do splash damage. So the Emperor Crabs really tear through my lines. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of them in the attacks, but there are some. There are some. Alright, where's one of the bugs? Let's try to get the mana vent if we can. I do hear that 9 out of 10 victories are achieved through winning. Which victories weren't? Diplomacy? Because that's not an option. Okay, we're getting the slow mana trickle now. Let's see. Okay.
Enemy forces are approaching. Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack. Our units are in combat. Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
Okay. There's no more bones to get on the map. Only way to get more bones is the barrows, yeah. The barrows make zombies slowly over time, and then we can immediately recycle them. But we need stupid amounts of that. Alright, let's do save over the 2 save file. And do we have any more bugs? Yes, we do. Let's get more dirty ground over here. Falling asleep in the chair right now. Have a good night. I'll see you, Plague. Alright, Chad, here's the plan. We're gonna make a wall and make their bones pay for it. The wall is gonna be Shepherds of Horrors, a mid-tier unit that does pretty good against everything except the largest of enemies. But I can mass them. With a line of Machines of Flesh behind them. And then after the next attack, we use the bone stockpile we hopefully have to start building the ship as fast as possible. What does that cost that I don't have? Oh, there we go. It's just space. Dude, literally, he's like, it's just the city building for the undead is so freaking weird. Okay, F5. Boat. You built the shipyard, make sure they don't damage it. I know. Alright. That's the last of the ziggurats. Don't know if I'm gonna need more, but that's the last of them right now. 45 to 50. Don't need any more of that for a while. That's fine. Okay. Where? Let's see. I need more buggy boys. There's one. More bugs.
Enemy forces are approaching. Our units are in combat.
Okay, chat. Will it be enough? And while that's going, upgrade. We can already see the back of this attack, so this isn't nearly what we were getting shredded by earlier. And I can see, I think, one Emperor Crab right there.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright, take everything at this end, attack that way. You guys attack that way. Okay, you get over here so your next summon undead gets all those bodies. Those Emperor crabs, man. Those are a lot. Okay. So all of those bones are now marching back home to pay for our wall. Let's see. We're gonna need more sarcophagi? Sarcophagogi? Just do that right there. Okay, now the 2,000 bone upgrade. I want more bone storage. Well, look at those bones, Chad. They are jiggling. They were jiggling. Let's do that. All right, let's grab all of these and all of these. And make sure we got more shepherds on the way. You know what? I feel that I am not maximizing my Shepherd of Horrors per second potential. We need more spooky boys. Alright, bugs. Bugs! We need expansion! We need more land! And not to grow crops. We're growing spooky crops. More. All of that. Chad, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna be so stumped. Because I'm try-harding expansion per second here. Alright, 3,000 bone boat upgrade. Chat, do bones float? That's a test to see who in my chat is a serial killer. I don't actually know. Can you make a boat out of bone? I mean, I guess bird bones are hollow because they fly, but... Depends how many you have. Like, if you just have a bone, like a femur, and you just throw it into water, does it float or does it sink? And does it, maybe it depends on the age too. Is it like, if the femur is X years old, it floats, or if it's rotten, it doesn't? Or maybe it starts out and it sinks, but if the marrow rots, it floats? If you can make boats out of metal and those float, I guess bones work too. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's not about a single bone. It's about making something that's like airtight or something. All right, 4,000 bone upgrade. All right, so we are already past... Okay, last time we got to this stage of the boat and we couldn't afford the next stage. This time I got 20,000 bones because of all these freaking barrows. Look at non-stop people marching to the recycling center. We are very eco-friendly here in Bone Slavia. And we are doing the second to last upgrade on the ship now, so I definitely ecoed better this time. More shepherds. Like 100 men versus 1 gorilla. Dude, the thing is, I feel like I'm playing Zerg, and then the crabs show up and they're like, no, buddy. You ain't him. And they're like, we're Zerg. And then they're like, 5 billion crabs. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? Do we have more bugs? I don't know if we have enough catapults. I'm gonna queue up more catapults. Remember last time when I had like 5, maybe 6 catapults? Wait, dude, some of them are like wrapping around. No, don't do that. Get back over here. Alright, it's been a bit. Hold on, save. Where's save file 3? That one. Yeah, honestly, it feels like the key to success is just be hyper aggressive with these guys. 5,000 bones. That's the last one. Well done, my lord. The ship is almost finished. Only one iteration is left to complete the mission. Have you thought of a name for it yet? How about surprise, like your grandfather's? By the way, did you know there's a free version of diplomacy is not an option that just happens to tell the adventure of Duncan Ironbrow? What? Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Is he serious? Diplomacy is not an option. Shareware. Free. Is this the guy? Hold on. At the beginning of this undead mission, they were like, yeah, this other player showed up 3 hours ago. He started the campaign 3 hours before you, but he got here and died. So all the crabs now have a taste for human flesh, and it's his fault. Is this that guy's story? That is a lot of dudes. That is a reload right there. Yeah, that laser ain't cutting it, dude. He's looking at booty. The F is this, a pirated version of an RTS game. Nuh-uh, it's far better. Then why am I wearing this? Because it's time to build your defense lines. Fight against vast armies. With swords. Arrows. Boulders. And medieval lasers. And all of this. Absolutely for free. That base is dead. How do we call stuff like this? It's a robbery, my lord. Right. Har. Wow. I didn't know that existed. Back to the game. What an excellent time for an ad. Alright. ×4 speed. Will the boat finish constructing before the next attack wave comes? Name the boat Boney McBoatface. Our ship and rogue trader is Bodie McBoatface. This is gonna be Boney McBoneface. I feel like the attack is gonna start and the boat's gonna finish right then, and then the question is, will... Oh lord, they coming! Finish the boat, finish the boat, finish the boat, finish the boat, finish the boat! Oh boy. So I'm just imagining my main guy just leaped on the boat and took off and left all the rest of our people there. After some research, bones do not float. Oh no. That'd be really funny if that's part of the story and like the boat just sinks immediately. Now, my question is, why are we back here? You see, we started here, and went, and now we're back. It's happening! Your ship has sailed to the shores of Samrania. The Twilight One congratulated the whole team and mentioned that cool rock bands need a charismatic vocalist, and then he left. You had no idea who rock bands were or what they needed, but you didn't waste your time, and while Dusky was away, you decided to celebrate your homecoming. After all, you've had an eternity to conquer Samrania. Who cares how many times you have to die and reload? Hey Mucka Chat, how's it going? Each side is. He came in very briefly, Jackals. Didn't get the camera on him in time, but he came in and croaked a hello. And I do mean croaked. It was like he meowed, but yeah, he was just like... Wait, we're seasick? We're undead. Oh my god, it's Steve. Or Scott, whatever his name is. The thing that the Twilight Overlords have been longing for is finally happening. The song is about to be heard by... Is he just playing a single note? Ah. Shook up Lords in Black. Did you just cast a spell on everybody? I found you a truly gifted vocalist. I had to resurrect him several times, as he wasn't willing to sing at first. Yeah, I said our band was as doomed as a zeppelin made of lead. And now for the finishing touch. Who's that? This is your lead guitarist. But he's quadruped. Among the undead, there is no place for discrimination. He can play with all his four paws. Lords in Black have gathered. We're ready to deliver our best show yet. Let's rock! But firstly, we must kill everyone as usual. Yeah, let's rock! Alright, now I'm looking forward. We've seen 3 music videos so far. I'm looking forward to a 4th one with that thing as the guitarist. Okay, if he's a quadruped, the question is, does he play 1 guitar or 2 guitars at a time? You know? The 194th day of the year 100,500 by Undead Reckoning. Aberlore, meet Lords in Black. The capital of Samrania has never seen such a show. Storm the castle of Ferdinand to the Fat. Overlord's avatar must survive. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. My theory is that Rev Legend is a Mersat, probably a recent story character. Can't imagine who that is. Why is the boat out here? So my lord, we've made our way to the suburbs of Aberlore. In other plot branches, this is the point when your loyal counselor tells you things didn't go according to plan, the enemy figured out your daring maneuver, and now you have to fight against hordes and storm the capital at the same time. Surprise, surprise. But this time will be different. With Lords in Black, everything always goes according to plan, and everything is under our control. The undead don't hide from anyone. On the contrary, the more enemies attack us, and they will, the more we'll kill. We'll expand our fan base so impressively that in Diplomacy is not an option sequel, we'll get stadiums. Now, prepare your troops. It's time to conquer the capital. Alright. First of all, do that. Ziggs. Alright, and then... Let's see... Okay. The most efficient first second possible.
Our troops are under attack.
Okay, Theater of Ghouls, that was what we used for early game monsters. What do we need more of there? We're gonna need some of these.
Our troops are under attack.
Our main limiting factor right now is Dark Energy, which is made by Ziggurats. That's it. So we need to get more Ziggurats. there is folks right behind us. Turn on auto repair for all buildings. And make more of these. These two are stuck. I'm digging the animation style, kind of mix of Play-Doh clay and Pepakura. I don't know what Pepakura is. But yeah, it is very low poly. But yeah, I like it too.
Troops are under attack.
Let's see, we're gonna need more. Let's get you over here on the side. And bounce. Expanding as much as I can.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright, and... okay, we have enough storage to get what we need for the first upgrade.
Our units are in combat.
We just have to get there now.
Our troops are under attack. They are attacking our buildings.
Okay, deal with that.
Our units are in combat.
Let's see. Listen, my lord, while you and I were dealing with the problems of the uncharted continent, the local little king seems to have improved his financial situation. He's got ships full of gold and ports. The outposts are bursting with chests of goodies. Any undead knows that gold corrupts people. It defiles their souls in a very wrong way. In fact, that way is so wrong that these corrupt souls hardly fit out for our purposes. So why don't we take the gold for ourselves and nail it? Just think of the maneuver. If we take the treasure for ourselves, it will attract more pathetic people trying to steal it from us. That's how many people will rise under the black banner.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright, should have started this already.
Our troops are under attack.
Not enough bombs. Take that camp out.
Our units are in combat.
We need to save up for this, which means 1,000 bones. Each zombie ascends. Big plans on the 23rd, Muck. Oh, my birthday? No. I mean, I've got bigger plans on the 29th, which is when we fly out to Seattle for the Guild Wars 2 meetup. I'm gonna make sure everything's ready for that. I actually need to meet up with the friend of mine that it's got one of those RL friends that, you know, we see each other like once every couple of years, but we're pals. And he's gonna stop by and take care of Chip while we're gone those 3 days. So I need to meet up with him, like buy him lunch or something, give him the house key. So that's on my to-do list. Mox gifting 200 subs on the 23rd, the best new 200 sub bundle. I didn't know what dates your trip was on. Yeah, I think it's 29, 30, 31st. Hang on. Hold on. I'm gonna double check here. Let's see. Where is it? Dang it, where did I have that conversation? So it's Friday. We land on Friday. Let's see. So August, okay, at 10 a.m. on the 29th of August, we land in Seattle. And then we're there all day, probably dead tired. And then the event is that night. And then the 30th, we're there all day. We're going to visit PAX. And the 31st, we're heading home. That's the plan right now. Okay, seriously getting stopped by bones right now. Can't make much else. I need 18 more.
Our troops are under attack.
There. You missed a note about Bakura. I used you on Discord. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll check it out later on after the stream. Alright, just waiting for the next animation. There it is. Okay, there is a big camp of stuff there. Alright, so next we need defilement centers, which cost bones. It should allow us to expand. Okay, and then more of these. Let's see, Ferdinand II. I don't know who you are, where you came from, but you definitely came to the wrong town and to the wrong country. I personally sent mail hawks to all my feudal lords except for one who's gone missing. Ha, it's me. He didn't turn out to be a conqueror of uncharted lands, but I'm not talking about him, it's about my loyal vassals who shall not tolerate a blatant act of unprovoked aggression against me. Not even feudal lords. No honest Samranian will forgive your violation of my royal authority. The peasants have already sharpened their pitchforks. Now you'll be attacked from the most unexpected directions. If I were you, I'd get off my land, back where you came from, and I'd pray hardly to Providence that vengeance would not find you in your lifetime. Okay. Let's see. Army. Shepherd of Horrors. Okay. I just sent the wrong Michael. Charmon, fix it, please. Wait, what? What are you asking Charmon to fix? I don't understand, so I guarantee you he don't understand.
Our troops are under attack.
Okay, Yo, hi at me. I killed chat. No, chat's fine. What the fuck, when do we turn into a necromantic army? See, you blinked, you weren't paying attention, and it happened. And, like 3 missions ago, we had the option to become undead, and I said, hell yeah! And here we are, one hell yeah later. upgrade all those. Upgrade those. Upgrade those. Can't afford that. Do some expanding here. Not enough bones for that. Let's see. More of these. Build, 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 build. Alright, that's maxed out right now. You guys go recycle, and then we can use their bones to upgrade some of the ziggurats. And start working on some Shepherds of Doom. Next attack in 2 minutes. It's going to be kind of tight on time. Need to find more camps to get more bones. Okay, so there's more castle walls there.
Our units are in combat.
Okay. Plus chip, sure. Okay. And what do these cost? Actually, we don't really need those ones. Alright, more zombie barrows. Alright, that camp is dead. Finish that one. Okay, I think we need to put these guys to use, becoming buildings.
Enemy forces are approaching.
I do not have a lot of forces right now. I hope I have enough. Let's see, make a watchtower here so I can see further. There's another camp over there I can pillage after.
So close to a year.
Hold on. Knock this one out. Wait, what are they waiting for? Oh, we're out of... Oh, shoot. We're capped on dark energy. Dark generators. Oh my god. Yikes. Oh, I haven't built the thing that gives me magic yet either. Where's that?
Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
It's almost done.
The city is under attack. They are attacking our buildings. Our troops are under attack.
Zombie cap. We're at zombie cap. I need more space.
Our units are in combat.
Okay. All zombies recycle. And you turn recycling back on. Okay. Upgrade. Upgrade. Those are fine. Barrows are all level 2. Let's see. Okay, and need more of these, and we need more of these guys. Let's see. We need catapult guys. What was that? Machine o' flesh. That worked well for us last time. I got distracted learning about Necromancer Guild Wars 2. How goes Conquering of Samrania? We're knocking on the door. We are currently knocking on the door. Let's see. Where is it? This.
Our troops are under attack.
Maxed out on Dark Energy again. Over there. Okay, let's see. Dark Amplifier here. And let's build more of these things nearby. What's the range of the amplifier? That's pretty generous, okay. There we go. That's a lot of amplifying. Okay, we're gonna need more storage. Nope, not that. And that, and that, and that. And we're full on dark energy again. Oh, I built the wrong thing. Shoot. Okay, hang on. Dark generator. Okay, this is what is supposed to be surrounding this building, not sarcophaguses, which is what I built my mistake. I was like, I thought I had already resolved the dark energy situation. No, I had not. Nope, 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 nope. I hit muscle memory for a button from a different RTS to delete a building, and apparently for this game that is make camera go crazy. Not what I wanted. Now we got units pumping out. Okay, that solves that issue. Let's see, we need 3,500 bones. Or actually, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting close to tier 3. Okay, and where's the other one? Here he is. So that must be one of the little vassals that the guy talked about. Let's see. We still got a while before the next attack, which kind of scares me. That might mean that it's going to be big nasty. Let's see. Where did Guild Wars 2 class video? Let's see. Yes, what Bluebell is correct. She's spot on. It was earlier in the stream. You could just rewind and watch it, or I will have a separate video for it. I'll be making it in about 5 minutes. I'll be starting on making it, so probably within a half hour, I'll upload it to YouTube, and then it'll be processing. All right, let's see.
Our troops are under attack.
Upgrade to T3.
Our troops are under attack.
Queuing up more katas.
Our units are in combat.
Move him in range of more of the bodies.
Our troops are under attack.
Alright, we will need more sarcophagi at some point. I built some earlier by mistake, but now I'm actually going to need them soon.
Our troops are under attack. Our
Ah,
troops
shoot.
are under
One
attack.
guy got boxed in. Fuck, you're still a potato. Dang it! I was never able to get that program to work on a timer. So there's always times where someone does like, oh hey, turn into a potato for a minute. Okay, 35 minutes later.
Our units are in combat.
That's a lot more dudes. Are you playing the strategy of the last map, or you just brute force scamming your sheer numbers? Well, you make it sound so bad, but honestly, it's like, I think that's how you play the undead. Like, they don't have walls. They do not have defensive structures. I think you are meant to use massive amount of forces. But because their forces are determined by how many structures you have, you have to like aggressively expand, which is, you know, that's a play style in and of itself. But yeah, I am using, like, the main thing is like what units do we mass, right? So after, I'm copying what I did that worked on the last mission after multiple attempts of the last mission, which was a mass of Shepherd of Horrors, which is this guy right here. It's like a mid-tier unit. It's not the squishiest, it's not the strongest, but you can mass them. The strongest unit, you can't mass them. It costs too much. And then a whole line of these catapult guys behind him. There's only 2 ranged units in this faction. There's ones that, it looks like a mage, but he shoots like a single target bolt of energy. But the enemies send such huge numbers of forces that single target's not going to cut it. So I was like, okay, we need splash damage. And the only ranged splash attacker is these guys that are like half catapult. So this is the formula right now until something shows me that this is not good.
Our troops are under attack.
I trust my troops enough that I'm not looking at them for the moment.
Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
Spud is persistent. Yeah. Sad couldn't join the crabs. Maybe there's still time later.
Our units are in combat.
All these +5 gold things are kind of confusing me. I guess that's me stealing gold from them, but I don't have like a gold meter anywhere. So I don't really know what happens to that.
Our troops are under attack.
Where are all my mousy thief boys at? About to roll up a whirly rolled with my mouse in a dream.
Our troops are under attack.
You know what would be kind of a funny thing? Is there's a lot of Warhammer videos about Skaven, which are the rat people in their world, getting like run over and stuff. Because like they're very self-destructive. So like, you know, they'll be like driving a tank and then like they'll run over 3 of their own dudes to take out 1 enemy guy. That's just very Skaven. You could totally make a video that'd be like Antiquary script in World v World after patch and just show Skaven getting run over by people. Skaven just screaming like, oh my god. Alright, that is going. Did I upgrade all of these already? I think I did. And then this goes down here, and these go in there. Okay. Alright, I think I might finally have a handle on this. Time will tell, but we are out of time for tonight. Going to save it here, chat. I actually wonder if we're like near the end of the game of like the campaign. Now, granted, the campaign had a lot of forks, so there's a lot of replayability, but I'm wondering if we're near the end of it because we're back at the king. It's like we've come full circle. We were fleeing this king at the beginning of the game. We joined the Resistance, then we joined the Undead, we went across 2 continents, and now we're back at the King. So just, I don't know, we're full circle. Feels like it could be a point of finality if they wanted it to be. But I'm going to save it here, and we will pick it up at this point tomorrow. Alright, lots of forks in the campaign, but no spoons. Alright, chat. Thank you guys for a wonderful evening stream. Hope you guys had fun. Couple plugs on the way out. If you guys are new to my channel, whoa, what is going on? Hold on a sec. It's showing my other monitor. Nothing to hide on my other monitor. That's just my Twitch dashboard, but it's being weird about it. There we go. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Usual plugs. Please hit the follow button here on Twitch. Subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. Here's the links to the YouTube channels if you're not already subbed to those, if you want to see all the videos I create. And a very special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support. I couldn't do it without them. There's a link to that in the chat if you're interested. You guys have a fabulous evening. Sleep well, and I will see you tomorrow. Say it backwards. Edge the need only you'll but C to take, please. Week every giveaways, beakers, the touch don't speakers, the up crank way, the on is entertainment, stay the enjoy. You hope we lab the two viewer, dear you welcomes, third the Snuffles, Van Chauncey, Sir, and fourth the Esquire, Reginald Bartholomew, Douglas, Mukluk. The words pour from his mouth, nearly tripping over themselves in their haste. My name is Zunikai. I used to be a slave here, but then I worked hard and they made me an overseer. I kept a good eye on the slaves, and if anyone slacked off, I whipped them hard. Don't clip it. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, hi. You stay there. I'm going that way. Deal. You broke the deal. Oh, Chauncey can swim. I didn't know that. Wait. How does he look so dapper while swimming? I've never seen a cat look that dapper while swimming. Like, look, his chest is out. He's just like, yeah. Have you attempted Oxygen Not Included? I played it on stream, and one very memorable memory is anyone who was at the stream, I was letting them name one of my replicants after them, and I said, Joe Niels, which one do you want to be you? And one of them had like explosive bowel syndrome or something, and he donated $50 and he was drunk and he made the British guy said, I want a character making me the poop one. I don't know if anyone on Twitch has ever spent $50 to say making me the poop one, but that day Joe did, and it burned into my mind. The flashlight that we picked up earlier is in hand now. Oh, that's us. Oh, yo, I was getting... Cardboard, this is not going to go well. Run an update. I'm running software updates. This is true horror, chat, because I was a tech support. I can't get away from it. Updated. They just left bread on the table. That bread's gonna dry out. The bread is gonna dry out. There's so much bread. You don't, like, there's the baby's not eating bread. There's 2 of us. There's like 3 loaves of bread there and another 4 right here. What are you doing? Put some saran wrap on it. It's gonna dry out. New oh my God, a freaking patron sound. Oh, yeah, just like, a new arrival, and then Ed Wolf was sure to follow. Oh, hello, welcome, page. Sit down, you. Oh, Season, good to see you. I use numpad for my mounts. I use numpad for this, and 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 other things.
I'm trying to sleep here.
Am I too loud? Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go. Imagine if I did a spontaneous, super late night ectoplasm giveaway right now, just for people who stay this long. Ah, you guys aren't interested. I'll see you tomorrow.